people that were early in the future but late in the present. So yeah, like I said, my name is Sarah Meso. I'm happy to be your moderator of the day. For today, you can call me Ma Dede, which means it means noise in Ghanaian, and it's also used to describe somebody who is talkative. So for today, call me Madede. Anyway, so without further ado, I would like to welcome our first speaker of the day. He's going to give us welcoming remarks. That is Professor Robert Dako Ose. He is a development economist and an associate professor at the Institute of Statistical, Social, and Economic Research. He's at the University of Ghana, where he's also serving as the Vice Dean of the School of Graduate Studies. You're welcome, Prof.
Sarah, I can promise you that I'm not a talkative. So good morning. Okay, so it means we are not ready to start. Good morning again. Okay, so now I know you are ready to start. Okay, so thank you all for coming, even though many of us are going to be coming in the future. That's what Sarah tells us, right? I believe that we all yesterday had some incredibly useful messages in respect of the evidence to action. And obviously, if I were to ask people for their takeaways, I'm sure that there will be many that will come out. We also got assurances from the different speakers that we are serious about making use of the evidence that we generate at different levels and making use of it so that it translates properly into policy actions so that some of the aspirations from the Agenda 2063, as the ICE chair told us about, will become a reality. I'm sure many of us in our respective corners do generate evidence, but clearly generating the evidence alone is not enough. First, you must generate relevant evidence, right? And then once you generate the evidence, given that for those of us who generate a lot of the evidence, we are not the same people who will then translate the evidence into the prioritization of policies, it is important that we engage. And this platform provides that basis for that kind of engagement. But also what it means is that at such fora, you need to connect with others, okay? You need to connect with others. So we are all super excited by the platform that the evidence to action provides. And I want to believe that many of us have been attending this for, it's become almost a part of our DNA now, right? But I think one of the questions that I would like us to be reflecting on, even as we start the events and discussions today, is how do we translate the discussions we have here into effective actions, right? We can talk, but if we only talk and the talk is not actually backed, and remember that the different E2As that I've attended, we've had policymakers come and then make promises in respect of using the evidence to guide policy. However, I think that the aspirations that are implicit in the Agenda 2063, for many of us, we would say that it's slow in coming. So what it actually means for me is that we are actually not probably putting our monies where our mouth is, so to speak. So this morning, let us continue to engage, but even as we engage, let us reflect on how we can actually translate this engagement into doable actions so that it has meaning in the Agenda 2063. I believe that this morning we are going to be given some very useful tidbits from no other than Dr. Ashrita Saran. Ashrita leads the Evaluation and Evidence Synthesis Program at GDN. She was the founding executive director of Campbell South Asia, the regional center of the Campbell collaboration. She continues to guide its strategic direction as a member of the board of directors. So Ashrita, this morning we are certainly looking forward to hearing some nuggets of wisdom from you. So thank you very much, and let's welcome her with a clap offering, as they say in church. Thank you.
No, it's just going to speak up. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much, Professor, for that kind welcome. And I think I just want to add one affiliation to what just Professor mentioned. I'm also the Director of Research with the Research and the Evaluation Center, and my colleagues from Research and Evaluation Center are also here. Good morning, everyone, once again. I'm sure you were expecting a Commissioner General here to speak right now, and I'm sure a lot of you might be disappointed to see me, so I promise to keep it short for you all so that you're not disappointed. And for the past 2 days of the site events and yesterday's main conference, I think one thing is clear for all of us, that we are not short of evidence at all. What we are short of is the trust, the relevance, and the inclusion of evidence, and where exactly should we apply it and how rightly we should be applying it. Evidence generation currently is undergoing a seismic shift, and I'm sure a lot of you already know this, that there is a rise of AI that offers unprecedented speed and scale to the evidence at one end, but at the other end, it also offers deep ethical and governance questions. And this movement currently demands not just innovations, as we have been talking, it also involves deep introspection on what we could do better and how could we use the existing evidence better rather than wasting our resources in creating new generated resources. And this comes basically because if you look at the evidence, do you know that each year the world produces over 2.5 million peer-reviewed research articles, and this spans across disciplines from economics to education to climate to health. Yet only a small fraction of that evidence is used to inform real-world policies or practices. And according to the Global Research Council, fewer than 15% of the published studies are cited in policy documents or used for decision-making frameworks. And this disconnect stems not just from the volume overload that is out there, but also from the misalignment between the research timelines, the languages then in which the research is published, which is essentially always English in majority of the cases, and of course the decision-making needs. The panel here yesterday talked very clearly about why policymakers are not reading the research, because we are not producing it at the right time, in right languages, and of course not according to the decision-making needs, so that definitely creates a gap. Even systematic reviews which aim to consolidate the evidence are often removed from the policy-making cycles, and that is basically due to delays, disciplinary silos, and accessibility barriers, because policymakers, they don't have time to read the systematic reviews, and researchers who are sitting in LMICs sometimes can't access it because they are behind the paywalls, and we don't have money to pay all that money to get one article out of that system. And the result? The global no-do gaps, where robust evidence exists but fails to shape the programs, budgets, and legislations. And in low and middle income countries, this disconnect is even more pronounced. Research ecosystem in the global south face layered challenges, one of which is the structural constraints. Of course, there's limited funding, with less than 1% global research funding coming from global south, including Asia and Africa. Fragmented data system definitely is there because the longitudinal data sets of research are rare. What is happening is only the short-term outcomes get measured, long-term outcomes are not happening, and we don't know the impact of intervention from after 1 year because nobody is continuing that research. Infrastructure gaps definitely exist because only 36% of the sub-Saharan Africa has reliable internet access, impeding digital evidence, including AI deployment. And this is according to the World Bank report of 2023. There definitely is the epistemic barriers because language is definitely an inclusion because most of the evidence that's coming from the high-income countries, they are in English languages. And again, the critical research and really important research from Francophone Africa and Asia, they are not even included in a lot of these systematic reviews. That again creates a gap. And importantly, they are misaligned incentive because academic metrics really reward the policy-engaged research, pushing the scholars even from the low-income countries towards global publication over the local application of their research. And you could see that example within Africa and Asia. And the dynamic to contribute to a cycle where evidence produced in the global south is not only underutilized but undervalued, even though it is really high quality and high confidence evidence that is being generated from African context. And there is a ray of hope, definitely, because the panel here, they talked about something called as embedded research. Now, embedded research is also known as researcher in residence research. It is also known as co-production model. So basically, the approach is to have the researchers inside the policy-making context, for example, ministries, schools, hospitals, rather than working at the outset whereby they don't have access to the policy-maker cycles. There are good examples from Nigeria. The gentleman here in the panel talked about the education sector whereby they have access to the education ministries who talk about the kind of research and indicators that require for the monitoring and evaluation. So that is definitely a ray of hope, and that's the kind of evidence intermediaries that is required. But still, having these evidence intermediaries, having these embedded research model, the gap between the evidence used and the policy is really high. According to one of the studies by the Institute of Development Studies, fewer than 30% of policy decisions 30% are actually coming based on systematic reviews and high quality evidence. And that is definitely a gap. And this is not merely a gap in access, it's basically a gap in mismatch of the relevance of the research, the timing, and the trust. And this is, again, there's another point here which talks about underdeveloped knowledge translation ecosystem. Again, this also came up in the yesterday's panel where we talked about that the knowledge translation, whether it's informal or formal, is still there's some gap here. It's essentially donor-led knowledge translation system. So what donor wants, that comes out into the knowledge translation. But what the policy actually wants, what the African government actually wants, is it coming to the knowledge translation? That gap definitely remains. And why again? I'll want to highlight here because of the publication, which is majority is coming from the English languages. Of course, there's power asymmetry as well that is happening here, which is evidence is essentially shaped by politics, not the practice. So there's one thing about evidence-based policy, which often gets reversed into policy-based evidence, and that usually happens when the evidence intermediaries are sitting within the ministries. So researchers, they sometimes face pressure to align the findings with political agendas, to make the findings more politically, more interesting so that the main findings, they are not actually reaching to the masses. Now, this is exactly where AI in evidence synthesis can help a lot. It can actually fill the caveats between all of these challenges and barriers that we just heard. The first thing is that AI offers tantalizing possibilities to close the no-do gaps by reducing the bottlenecks in the evidence synthesis. The first thing that it does for us is accelerating systematic reviews and meta-analysis. There are tools like Epi Reviewer, Distler SR, Abstractor that can actually help automate a lot of systematic review steps like screening and data extraction. That reduces the time and effort to close to 80% overall. So a systematic review that we used to do in 1.5 to 2 years can be done within under 1 year of timing. So it can actually be placed when the policy requirements are there and when they require evidence to make a policy. And this supports real-time decision making, especially during the crisis like pandemics and climate shocks. The second bit is it also enhances multilingual and inclusive synthesis. So there are AI-powered translation tools like Google Translate, OpenAI Whisper that enable synthesis across non-English literature. And this is really critical for Francophone Africa, where a majority of research are coming in different languages and they're really good quality research. That basically can help surface locally relevant research, which are omitted due to language biases again. And again, improving equity and representation in the policy dialogues. The third thing that can AI help us with is linking data sources and predictive modeling. AI basically can help integrate heterogeneous data, like qualitative administrative record, to provide more holistic evidence base. And predictive algorithm that AI can help with can stimulate policy scenarios. For example, estimating outcome of cash transfer program under climatic stress. This kind of predictive modeling can be done very easily with AI models. Modeling uptake of agricultural innovations based on socioeconomic clusters. So you can actually, using the AI and surveillance cameras, you can understand where exactly a particular climatic shock is happening and what kind of intervention is required in that settings. That can also be done. You can also use AI for supporting demand-responsive evidence portals. So when we talk about decision making, yes, policymakers don't have time to read the systematic reviews, but they do have time to look at the evidence portal. AI-enhanced evidence portal, for example, health observatories, education evidence hub, can be tailored to the queries of policymakers if we create evidence using AI tools. And that can actually generate policy-specific queries for policymakers. And lastly, it can also help detect gaps in research redundancies. So there are text mining and bibliometric AI that can help identify low research densities and flag redundant studies, allowing funders to redirect their resources to the right type of evidence that is required to be generated. And of course, strengthening equity-sensitive decision support system, because AI can be configured to weight studies based on inclusivity markers like gender, geography, diversity, intergenerational focus. And that can help build evidence dashboard to spotlight underutilized populations, supporting targeted and inclusive policy in Africa and Asia. And of course, this opens door to multilingual equity synthesis, especially in the region where traditionally the population are extremely excluded. But with great power definitely comes great responsibilities. Despite its promising, features, AI does come with some ethical and epistemological risk. The first one is hallucination. So AI can sometimes fabricate false citation, which can be falsely interpreted and undermining the trust. This would be exactly a vice versa of what we're trying to do with AI. Bias amplification. So training data, sometimes skewed, which is towards global north, can definitely create risk of erasing diverse ideas and diverse opinion from the global south. And this actually applies for the sectors. So if you're training your data set for health sector and applying it for the social sciences, that's something that AI is definitely imposing a risk there. They are opaque processes because many models are black boxes. You won't know how an AI algorithm is actually working, so that is definitely one of the risks with AI that is out there. And one important thing is that infrastructure divide is definitely there. The main thing here is that Africa currently holds less than 0.05% of the global compute resources, so excluding local innovators. So this basically calls for creating a demand for local innovators who come up with the AI solutions, and that should be coming from Africa. And over-reliance. You must have heard with the ChatGPT and other applications that policymakers, because it is relatively quick, policymakers may sometimes treat this as a certain output, sidelining deliberative processes. So basically, AI can really summarize the literature for you and provide you really good recommendation within one click of it, and you just ask a question of it. But what it does not do for you is that it cannot grasp the socio-political nuances, definitely. There's more legitimacy, unintended consequences. All of that is something that AI cannot look. It cannot talk about where exactly is the key equity gap if you're not putting the right input. So yes, over-reliance by policymakers on these AI output can definitely be harming. So these are some of the things that we need to keep in mind as a researcher. And that's where a lot of good initiatives that are out there that you should be connected with. For example, there is a Campbell Cochrane AI methods group that comes up with really good advices, not just for the researchers, but the AI developers, for the policymakers that we should be looking at. And there are a lot of good guidelines that are coming out by Wellcome funded research like Destiny. There's RAISE guidelines that has come out on AI, which is definitely basically exactly implemented not just for the researchers, but for policymakers to understand where exactly are the risks lying here. Lastly, I just want to conclude by pointing 5 key action points, and we talked about yesterday till now, what should we be doing better? Of course, we need to invest in a multilingual, equity-sensitive synthesis platform and KT hubs. I'm sure that a lot of KT hubs already exist within Africa, but it has to make sure that it uses the right technologies, it is equity sensitive, and it is actually doing the work that KT hubs should be doing, translating the knowledge very clearly for the policymakers to be able to make sense of the data. The next bit is governing AI responsibility. Yes, we all want to use AI, but it is important to adopt frameworks like RAISE and Palisade to ensure transparency, oversight, and ethical use of AI, both at the KT hubs as well as by the policymakers. We need to scale embedded research models like we have already seen to co-produce evidence with communities and practitioners. And of course, we need to strengthen this South-South collaboration. Because if you're not supporting the regional network, we won't be able to use the innovative technologies better. There are a lot of expertise already out there in Africa and Asia, and there's need for collaboration to be able to make use of the existing networks here in Asia and Africa. And of course, we need to equip institutions with complete capacity, training, and safeguard, both around evidence synthesis generation, use of AI, as well as for policymakers, so they know where exactly is the right resources is lying. And I'm going to end by saying that AI definitely will not magically repair our broken system, but wielded with rigor, relevance, and responsibility, it can become a tool for equity, not just efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashirita Hassan. What I'm picking from this is that AI cannot be a solution in isolation for all our problems, and so we still have a role to do. Let me open it for one pressing question. Anyone has a pressing question? I would like to acknowledge the delegates that came in early in the future, right? You're welcome, and we are happy to have you. So we are not doing very well in terms of time, but we shall try as much as possible to catch up with time. So I would like to request us to continue being flexible, agile. We've been talking about agility, flexibility. I know you're expecting to see somebody else from the person that is coming here today. And so I know you're expecting Justice Samuel Kwame Adibu Asiedu. Forgive me if I'm not pronouncing the names correctly. However, he has sent in an able representative who will do him justice. But before he comes up, I would like to invite his discussant of the day. That is Professor, that name is difficult, Simon Bawachileno. I'm doing well. At this rate, I might get citizenship before I go back. He's a human geographer and associate professor at the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research at the University of Ghana, Legon. I would like to invite him to come up. Professor Simon Bawachileno, please, you're welcome.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I hope we are doing well. Great, thank you for responding. When you see someone scrambling to scroll through a notebook or his phone, it shows that it's critical time. And that critical time, I'm sure some will understand. Yeah, so that criticality is coming in the wake of me stepping into big shoes to really stir the affairs actually for the next presenter. In other words, to be a discussant. I humbly accept to do that, and I will want to actually introduce the presenter of the day, that is Lawyer Kwame Owusu. If Lawyer Kwame Owusu is with us, please come up. Thank you. I think we just met this morning, and I'm sure he will be doing a bit of a background about himself. On here, we were supposed to have Justice Samuel Kwame Adibo Asiedu, and so if he's here, I'm sure he has a message for us. So he's going to be presenting on the role of the judiciary in promoting participatory governance to enhance sustainable development in sub-Saharan Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I think indeed, when we talk about sustainability, we want to be sure that all segments of our sectors are really playing their role. And I believe that by the close of his presentation, we will all have something that we can take along and make sure we see our judiciary being part of the process. So without much ado, I want to invite our speaker to actually take the podium to really give us your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. It takes a strong man to step in at such a short notice. I remember when Dr. Miao said that, he should be the discussant, he was like, shh. And then I told him that my speech will not be that long. It is only 12 pages. And I think that even got to him the more. Good morning once again. My name is Kwame Owusu. I'm a legal practitioner. I have a partnership with a colleague lawyer, and our partnership is known as Kudiche, Kwame and Partners. We are off the Spinters Road, Manette Court. I think by way of introduction, this is what I'll do about myself. Thank you. It is my singular honor, and I must say, privilege to address you this morning on behalf of His Lordship, Justice Samuel Kwame Adibo Asiedu, Justice of the Supreme Court of Ghana, at this very important conference organized by the International Center for Evaluation and Development, ICED, in partnership with the Institute of Statistical, Social, and Economic Research, ISA. It would suffice to state that His Lordship, and kindly permit me to use the cliche, could not be here due to circumstances beyond his control. His Lordship, however, extends his warmest regards to you all. I am grateful to His Lordship for the opportunity to share some thoughts with you on the topic, the role of the judiciary in promoting participatory governance to enhance sustainable development in sub-Saharan Africa. Before I proceed further, and this is something lawyers we like to do, I believe there's the need for me to put in this caveat that even though His Lordship nominated me to address you on the aforementioned topic, he also graciously granted me the leeway to prepare this paper. And therefore, I want to state here that I bear the responsibility for any slip that may be found therein. I do not want anyone to go and quote me and then put his name there. If glory comes, give it to him. Sustainable development, as defined by the United Nations, is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet theirs. A key enabler of this vision is participatory governance, which emphasizes inclusivity, transparency, and accountability. In sub-Saharan Africa, the judiciary has a central role in ensuring these governance principles are upheld. Despite systemic challenges, courts across the region increasingly assert themselves as guardians of constitutionalism and facilitators of public participation in governance processes. Participatory governance has been defined to involve state-sanctioned institutional processes that allow citizens to exercise voice and vote in public policy decisions that produce real changes in the lives of these citizens. Participatory governance, therefore, allows citizens to be involved in policy formation and selection as well as oversight. Participatory governance is manifested in many ways, including recognition for the citizens' right to information, freedom of expression, right to vote, participating in constitution-making processes, and decentralization. The nature of participatory governance, as briefly identified above, makes it easily and readily identifiable with democratic governance ideas, even though research discloses that some restricted form of participatory governance is practiced under authoritarian regimes. It has been observed, however, that participatory governance, when employed in an authoritarian context, may not always be intended to empower the citizens who, in turn, would hold the government accountable. Where citizens have an active voice in policy decisions that affect their lives, government tends to be more accountable and transparent. Accountability and transparency promote trust between the government and the citizens, and thereby enhances good democratic governance. Good governance, often characterized by transparency, accountability, rule of law, and public participation, is generally acknowledged as a cornerstone for sustainable development. This presentation highlights the progress, prospects, and challenges of participatory governance in sub-Saharan Africa, and the extent to which the judiciary has promoted and leveraged participatory governance as a tool for achieving sustainable development in the sub-region. Governance in sub-Saharan Africa. The governance history in sub-Saharan Africa has been an evolutionary and checkered one. Independence from colonial rule heralded a wave of coups d'etat in the region as newly independent states sought to self-govern. The attempt at self-government has not been without its peculiar challenges, with some parts of the region still reeling from the effects of human rights violations and abuse of power. On the other hand, valiant strides have been made at democratization, characterized by successful electoral processes and peaceful change of governments, protection of fundamental human rights, and the rule of law in the sub-region. Comparative analysis shows, however, that sub-Saharan Africa lags behind most other parts of the world in terms of observing the tenets of good democratic governance as promoting citizen participation towards consolidating and sustaining development. The World Bank, in its policy research paper published in March 2024, observed that notwithstanding progressive governance strides made in some parts of the continent of Africa, sub-Saharan Africa has been the stage of a stream of governance reform failures and policy reversals, and many countries continue to suffer from the consequences of poor governance. That high levels of corruption, including illicit financial flows, have further fueled citizen distrust in political authorities and state institutions. The paper argues further that a rise in authoritarian forms of populism and a major shift in the geopolitical landscape have revealed the underlying weaknesses of democratic institutions in much of the African continent. The paper then concludes on 4 key trends of governance. A, effective state institutions capable of maintaining peace, fostering growth, and delivering services have developed unevenly. B, progress has been made on enhancing the inclusiveness and accountability of institutions, but it remains constrained by the weakness of checks and balances and the persistence of patterns of centralized and exclusive power arrangements. C, civic capacity has risen considerably, but the inability of institutions to respond to social expectations and political mobilization threatens to turn liberal civic engagement into distrust, populism, and radicalization. D, the combination of these 3 trends, contributes to the rise of political instability, which constitutes a major threat for the continent. From 2020, the continent has grappled with an eruption of military coups in countries such as Burkina Faso, Sudan, Mali, Chad, Guinea, Gabon, and Niger. Even though the context of these coups has been identified to vary substantially, several factors have been pointed out as reliable coup predictors, including failing social contracts, insecurity, and the militarization of politics. The World Bank's assessment of governance practice performances across the world on voice and accountability for the years 2000, 2005, 2010, 2015, and 2020 demonstrates that sub-Saharan Africa ranked far below 40% behind East Asia and the Pacific, which ranked at least 50%. Europe and Central Asia ranking above 60%. Latin America and Caribbean ranking at least 60%. Sub-Saharan Africa, however, ranked above South Asia in 2005, which scored below 30% in that year. I thought that you may clap. I thought I was saying everything so gloomy about us. When I got to this point, I thought that maybe, because we've done well, we've ranked about someone. In terms of political stability, Sub-Saharan Africa in 2020 ranked 30% behind East Asia and Pacific, which ranked about 68%. Europe and Central Africa, which ranked 60%. Latin America and Caribbean, which ranked about 58%. South Asia, which scored about 35%. Sub-Saharan Africa, however, ranked ahead of the Middle East and North Africa, which ranked about 28% in the year 2020. Against this backdrop, it is clear that governance in Sub-Saharan Africa generally has not been the best that an organized group of people would aspire to have. The role of the judiciary in promoting participatory governance to enhance sustainable development. There is a direct correlation between good governance and development. Our own Justice Professor Dateba states that development processes can only advance under conditions of law and order. The role of the judiciary in maintaining law and order in society, therefore, cannot be overemphasized. The case of Ghana. Ghana is the first country south of the Sahara to attain independence from colonial rule. After independence in 1957, Ghana has been through phases of democratic and military rule, with the judiciary featuring throughout these periods. Ghana's judiciary in the immediate aftermath of independence attracted a lot of criticism as having failed to assert its role as a citadel for human rights protection. For example, in the face of the Preventive Detention Act PDA of 1958. K. Frimpong and K. Agyemang-Budu, expressing reservation on the role of the judiciary during the PDA era, argued that, and I quote, "It seems as though the government overreacted in the enforcement of the laws, and the judiciary, instead of being a buffer between the executive and the ruled, chose to be an accomplice in the suppression of the fundamental rights of the citizen." The PDA was a law passed by the Dr. Kwame Nkrumah-led government, which empowered the Governor General, that is the president, to order the arrest and detention without trial of persons whose acts were perceived as prejudicial to the security of the state. In the celebrated case of Ri Akoto and 7 others, the appellants challenged, among others, the constitutionality of the PDA, pursuant to which the appellants were arrested and detained on orders of the Governor General. The Supreme Court then, I don't want to use the expression checking that, but they did. This is what the court stated. On examination of the said declarations with a view to finding out how any could be enforced, we are satisfied that the provisions of Article 13(1) do not create legal obligations enforceable by a court of law. The declarations, however, impose on every president a moral obligation and provide a political yardstick by which the conduct of the head of state can be measured by the electorate. The people's remedy for any departure from the principles of the declaration is through the use of the ballot box and not through the courts. Yes. I've been told I have only 5 minutes. So I'll skip most and then take you to Nigeria. As with Ghana, the judiciary in Nigeria plays a pivotal role in promoting democratic governance. It has been observed that the Nigerian judiciary's multifaceted approach to influencing policy underscores its indispensable role in governance. Through judicial review, the promotion of social justice, addressing policy gaps, and facilitating public interest litigation, the judiciary not only ensures constitutional compliance, but also drives meaningful reforms. While challenges persist, the judiciary's contributions to policy making remain integral to the nation's democratic development and the protection of citizens' rights. I know we all remember in the year 2020, we heard of NSAS. So in the year 2020, the mass protests in Nigeria against police brutalities, NSAS, sparked concerns of human rights abuses, with some peaceful protesters alleged to have been subjected to torture and held in detention for at least 2 years without trial. Before the Community Court of Justice of the Economic Community of West Africa States, ECOWAS, in the matter of Obianoju, Catherine Ude, and 2 others versus Federal Republic of Nigeria. Application number EC, because of time, I won't bore you with the citation. The appellants alleged violations, among others, of their right to freedom of expression and security. The court, declaring in favor of the applicants, expressed itself at paragraph 134 of the judgment as follows. Thus, the court has established that member states owe their citizens an obligation under the Charter to ensure that at all times the rights which are provided for in the Charter are respected and protected by all, especially by agents of the state. Hence, peaceful demonstrations are viewed as a democratic byproduct of freedom of expression that is usually intended to engage with political bodies of policies, laws, or frameworks and issues affecting citizens. Further, the court found that the use of force against peaceful protesters was not proportionate and necessary. The decision of the court in this matter was a recognition of the people's right to express their views as part of their engagement with government in an advancing democracy as Nigeria, ensuring transparency and accountability. A transparent and accountable government is essential to sustainable development. By hearing cases involving corruption, electoral fraud, and abuse of office, the judiciary strengthens the integrity of public institutions and enhances public trust in governance. Kenya's Supreme Court ruling in Raila Odinga versus IEBC and others 2017 set a precedent in the region by annulling a presidential election on grounds of irregularities and lack of transparency. This judgment was hailed as a bold assertion of judicial independence and a milestone in participatory governance. Enhancing access to justice and legal empowerment. To foster participatory governance, citizens must be able to access justice. In many sub-Saharan African countries, however, access remains limited by poverty, geography, and lack of legal awareness. The judiciary can address these barriers through mechanisms such as public interest litigation, legal aid programs, mobile courts in rural areas. Such initiatives help ensure that the poor and marginalized can exercise their rights and participate in governance and development decisions. Strengthening institutions for peace and development. An impartial and independent judiciary helps maintain social stability and resolve conflicts peacefully. This is particularly important in post-conflict states where mistrust in governance institutions runs deep. Judicial decisions that are perceived as fair and just can contribute to national healing and democratic consolidation. I know my time is almost up, but okay, I've been told to proceed. Challenges facing judiciary in sub-Saharan Africa. Despite its importance, the judiciary in sub-Saharan Africa faces several obstacles. So I have here the challenge and then the impact. Political influence is the challenge, and the impact is it undermines judicial independence. Inadequate funding, that is a challenge, and the impact is that dependence on the executive, which may lead to undue influence. Limited resources and training is a challenge, and the impact is that it reduces judicial effectiveness. Very low remuneration. Who is not suffering from this? It weakens the rule of law, and it makes judges susceptible to control. Opaque criteria for appointments and also for promotions is a challenge, and the impact is that most judges become very disenchanted. Recommendations. Strengthen judicial independence by reforming appointment and disciplinary processes. Invest in judicial capacity building, including continuous training in human rights and environmental law. Expand access to justice through legal aid schemes and mobile courts. Promote judicial transparency by publishing decisions and facilitating media access. Encourage regional judicial cooperation through bodies like the African Court on Human and People's Rights. Conclusion. The judiciary is a fundamental pillar in the architecture of participatory governance and sustainable development in sub-Saharan Africa. By upholding constitutionalism, protecting rights, and promoting accountability, the courts empower citizens and foster inclusive growth. To maximize this role, reforms must address challenges related to finance, independence, capacity, and access. The saying goes that to whom much is given, much is expected. However, when it comes to the judiciary in the region, the adage is to whom little is given, much is expected. That should not be. Strengthening the judiciary is not just a legal imperative. It is a developmental necessity. Thank you for your time.
Please, we can do it better. Let's give it to him again. Yeah, thank you, Lawyer Osu, for taking us through what I would say, a bit of a legal, sort of tutorials here. So when I heard you say 12 pages, I asked myself, even a page of one legal document, it may take you about a month to interpret. How much more, 12 pages. So thanks for making it concise and very, straightforward. I like where you ended in terms of your conclusion, where you sort of pointed out what, the pivotal role of the judiciary is in the architecture of participatory governance and sustainable development. And that, for me, makes a very profound sort of statement in what we want to see as part of the judicial role. Ladies and gentlemen, I think if I want to, give an unpacking of Lawyer Owusu's presentation, I will be making a mistake if I want to say I want to do total justice. But give me the chance to pick a few, key points that really came up that I think we should all take note of, and then I will give opportunity for, others to also come in. In the first place, in fact, he gave us a very good context, setting our minds to really, understand what sustainability is all about, because we are thinking about, of course, the Sustainable Development Goals ending in 2030, Africa Agenda 2063. In all of these, what are we trying to achieve? And he made it very clear, linking it to the Brundtland Commission's definition, which tells us that sustainability is about, satisfying the needs of the present generation, and of course, not leaving out, the generation yet to be unborn. In other words, whilst we satisfy our needs, we have to be thinking about those who are also yet to come. And that really helps us give the proper context. Participatory governance, in the same vein, he made us to understand how it leads to, democratization, enforcing the key points that really rules of law are actually very paramount as we want to, understand the role that they will play as the judiciary in enhancing participatory governance. In fact, he segmented his presentation in a very wonderful way by giving us, what I would say, the case of Ghana, giving us a context to what extent, the judiciary has played a role. And if I think about Ghana very often, what comes to mind straight away is when political parties are in power in Ghana and there is something, they will tell you, if you don't agree, you should do what? Go to the court. It tells us that there is a place where redress is needed. And that the courts, even whilst we complain, sometimes are actually the citadel of where we see helping us to do what? To actually settle our scores. And so just reflecting on what, he took us through the Ghana's case, the way we've been able to, of course, withstand all the challenges, the judiciary, but we still see the judiciary as the place to go to. And so whenever I hear that a political party is not happy, or even parliament is saying, let's go for interpretation, it tells us there is participation. The judiciary is playing its key role. He also helped us to understand how the case of, Nigeria also looks like. And it gives us a sense that, for these two countries in West Africa, we can attest to the judicial role in actually fostering our fragile democracy. Yes, the various coups d'etats have taken place, but we've gotten to a stage whereby we can see that, we've also enhanced our democracy through the courts really playing key role. And Ghana, we can always look back to the 102, election cases that have gone to court, and we've settled, those cases, of course, through the judgment that usually emanates from the court. And in a way, that has really deepened the democracy that we have, even when we feel we have not gotten to the right place yet. He helps us to understand that all is not too gloomy, political stability-wise. The ranking of sub-Saharan Africa, we were not at the bottom, no. We were actually also, we had beaten some. Of course, we want to be at the top, but the fact that we were not at the bottom, it tells us that we somehow are making progress in terms of our democracy. He gave us some, various features of how we can actually revere the judiciary as a key, pillar in political democratization, ensuring transparency and accountability. At least judgments that come out give us a sense of that. Helps to have people to have access to justice. Of course, no matter the complaints, people still get justice through the courts, whether it's political or it's even within the civil sort of line. Strengthen the peace, the institutions and peace that we have. And that, for me, gives us a very good sort of opportunity to appreciate what the judiciary is actually doing. Nevertheless, they have challenges. And one of them, which is very profound, is the inadequacy and remuneration. Of course, this is something we always say, if you don't want to twist the judge's hand, just make sure that he or she is well taken care of. And I think that impact, we want to root it out. I just flagged that one as a key one. But the other bit is obviously the political interference. Whether it is something we observe or is happening, it's a concern. Because then when a certain party is in power, it's always seen as having or being in bed with, of course, the judges. These are some of the erroneous impressions that have to be erased, or if in reality they exist, how do we cure them? And definitely, he gave us recommendations that we can use to overcome some of these challenges. How will such recommendations be implemented? I think it takes participation, once again. How do we enforce them? Is it through the law? Is it through through Parliament, where we will have various bills passed into act? How do we ensure that we are investing right? We are expanding the assets. I think these, for me, as his recommendations, are very crucial, since we want to have the policymakers, who are also the implementers, taking control so that we can see the participation that we are looking for in governance. I will say on this note, I want to end my submission and, of course, invite one or two questions, or even before I landed, I think a hand is already up. Wow, 2, 3. All right, okay. So we'll take the hands that are up already. Yeah, let's start. Proximity is fine. Thank you. Please.
Right. Thank you very much, Lawyer Osu. My name is Alex Amankwapoku from Ministry of Finance, actually. I really enjoyed the presentation. My question is related to the remuneration challenge that you talked about, because of where I'm coming from. If you look at the Constitution itself, it talks about the fact that in the public sector, the legal fraternity are remunerated from the consolidated fund. And that is the pot everybody is going in to be remunerated. If you go to the private sector, probably your fees and your charges coming up might help you be quite comfortable. I like the way you took the challenge and then the recommended solution. The question is, apart from increasing this remuneration, are there other avenues? Because we are picking from the same pot in the public sector. Are there other ways to help, such that the independence and the professionalism that some of these challenges bring is brought to the minimum? Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Charles Dakpo, a social and health advocate. My question is closely related to the challenges. Can you please paint a picture of the judiciary during states of emergency in Ghana, including curfews, during constitutional rule, where people are put behind bars for longer than expected, and also where excessive force is used by special police and military units? Thank you.
Francis Ofosu-Kobia is my name. I'm a business owner. Please, Lawyer Usa, I want to ask a question based on the topic we are discussing today. The role of the judiciary to promoting participatory government. I want to end there. And my question lies on land cases, criminal cases, and judicial education and advocacy in Ghana. On land cases, my brother was a jury. He was working with the town and country planning, and he told me that there are some cases, they are more than 18 years, which is older than a legal Ghanaian to vote or participate in Ghana. And he even said some of them are 30 years, and some of the parties in the cases sometimes die before the cases are judged. When it comes to criminal cases too, somebody will go and steal a bunch of plantain or a tuber of yam, is given 15 years, 10 years. Somebody will cause financial loss to the state. If it's not millions of dollars, millions of cedis, but it will be discussed on TV and radio, and the person will be moving about in V8 and sometimes bigger enjoyment. Then when it comes to judicial education and advocacy, I see that is very less. It looks like some few people are in that space. When we walk around in this university, and even as a student, how they can even register a case in court, most of them will not be able to tell us, how much more the GHS and the SS. So I want to ask you, in these three things I mentioned, is the judiciary doing something about it? If yes, what will be done better than what is being done? I wish and humbly ask that you answer this question in a practical way, not political or diplomatic way.
Thank you. I also want my question answered, not in a diplomatic way, very practical way. There's a strong perception that politicians have infiltrated our judiciary. It's become very polarized. How do you see the future of our judiciary in terms of promoting inclusion, promoting good governance? And I repeat, I want my answer in a very practical way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm using the fact that no woman has asked the question to insert myself. So, Lawyer Usu, thank you very much for representing His Lordship here. And I think it is rare in such conferences to get a perspective from the judiciary when we're talking about good governance. It's almost as if it is civil society organizations alone that are doing this and calling on government. Since you are a lawyer, the question I'm asking is not about the judiciary, but about the role of lawyers and the bar. Even in picking up cases that may be unpopular, but which also advance participatory development and good governance. And I'm wondering, for instance, if the Bar Association might have a role for civil society at its annual conference to also come and speak, so that the issues that face them, they can see how they could make common cause with the Bar Association. Before you go to the judges, you must find a lawyer. So if the bar is seen as, you were talking about access to justice, a lot of it has to do with representation. Who will take up a case? How do you know where to even go for the ordinary citizens that many civil society organizations work with? So this is really about the bar, and especially the Ghana bar compared to some of the bars around Africa. If you compare, you mentioned the case of Nigeria and Kenya. If you look at the Nigerian bar or the Kenyan bar, you see them playing a much more active role in defense of good governance and participatory development. What role could the Ghana Bar Association play in enhancing participatory governance? Thank you.
Yeah, mine will be quick. It looks as if we were thinking on the same lines. See, I was about to say that, you see, when we are looking at good governance all the time we revolve around the three arms of government. The role of civil society is very important because we need voice, space, and accountability, demand-side accountability. So some of the challenges that you mentioned, actually we need a civil society to stimulate commitments on the side of the other arms of government. Thank you. So look at that. Thank you.
Okay. I would like to, is it okay if I sit? Okay. So I would like to thank all of you for your insights. Some of them, I believe, especially the last two, the 6 and then the 5 and then the 6, by the only female who asked or contributed, and then the gentleman. The Bar Association, annually we have our bar conference. This year, God willing, in September, we'll be going to Wa, the Upper West region of Ghana. And I am happy to hear from you, especially from civil society, that you would want to be part of the conference. And I believe that it is in order. But I would also kindly urge you to at least make that incursion. Right, make a proposal. I can lead you to the bar president, Mrs. Gatti. And I'm sure your proposals will be looked at, and I believe that there will be something that we will readily, include or incorporate into the program that we always have. So I think that you should kindly, make a proposal, send it to us, and it will be definitely considered. Because honestly, and then I'll tie this in with the third person, the gentleman that asked about land cases and all. Honestly, it appears that there are so many lawyers. Meanwhile, so many people also do not know where to go to when they have issues. So many people do not know where to go to when they have issues. And so if civil society will come together and then send in proposals, we will consider them. Now, the land cases, why they take too long, and then criminal cases, sometimes, in no time they are done, and then sentences are handed out that are so heavy. I agree with you. There's a case that I know that is over 30 years in the courts. And if I tell you that they are fighting over a quarter plot of land at Osu, a quarter plot of land at Osu. The initial plaintiffs and then, the parties, they've all passed away. Their successors will come and then, continue. Now, I do not want to put the blame on the doorsteps of the judiciary. Because there are times that me, as a private, legal practitioner, you go to court, the clients that have, signed a contract with you for you to represent them, they need to be present in court. They need to give you certain documents that will aid them in the case. Meanwhile, they will not show up. Just like the case that I'm talking about, which is over 20-something years or 30-something years. Most of the actors, as I have already intimated, have all died. There's the need for you to substitute them. Sometimes it becomes difficult for the family to pick one person who will come and then substitute the person that passed away. And so this will also lead to the matter taking long in court. I hope you understand. And then the system. Fortunately, for some years now, we have introduced what we call e-justice. And eventually, or a time will come, we will do away with all the papers and everything. Everything will be electronic. And so this would also speed up the court cases in court. So I believe we are not there yet, but I believe we will get there. So bear with us. As for sentence or sentencing, that one, there's an act that regulates how a person should be sentenced, depending on the severity or the gravity of the crime. And then if you are a first-time offender too, that one will go to mitigate whether you get a long sentence or not. But if you are someone that you are known to the courts, you are always there, it will influence the judge. I'm not a judge, but we know their thinking. It will influence them in the sentence that they will hand to the accused or the convict. Let me put it that way. So, and I won't be political. I'm not a political person, even though I vote. This is what it is. The system is there. Yes, probably we need to do something about it. And so I believe that conferences such as this will come out with some points that will later on be incorporated in our governance system. Now, if I may move on to, is it curfews, state of emergencies, and what again, please? Yeah, the question was, okay. In the recent Boko conflict, I remember that the Chief Justice then came out with a communique to all courts in that region not to sit. And I'm sure you agree with me that such a communique was in order, because people were being killed, people were being maimed and all that. And you cannot surely expect the courts to also open. Because I've been to that side of the country before, but I wasn't there during the conflict. But what we heard or saw on TV was not something that anyone would advise any professional, the judge, to be there. I remember one judge had to run away from there because he gave an injunction against a prominent chief. And apparently, culturally, it's wrong to tell the chief that you shouldn't do A, B, C, D. You should be, they should put him in his own home, house arrest. And so to them, it was an embarrassment. It was a disgrace. And so they wanted to harm the judge. In the middle of the night, a helicopter from Ghana Armed Forces went and then they whisked him away. And so in such instances or circumstances, you cannot expect civil society to participate in what the judiciary does. I hope you understand. Yeah, I hope I have satisfied you to some extent. Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, if the courts are not sitting, the police can definitely not take them to court for them to be heard. And so until tensions are cooled and then the courts open, I'm sorry, there's nothing much we can do. Very practical. Is that not so, say? Yes. Yeah. And then remuneration challenge and all that. Our man from the Ministry of Finance said that, they all get their salary from the consolidated fund. That is true. And then I thought that you were even going to go on to Article 71, which I didn't want to go. Yes. During the presentation, I said that who doesn't suffer from poor or low remuneration? We all want to be paid $1 million a month. But unfortunately, the budget cannot sustain this. And so, with your question, if you may just come again, your question, what was it
Well, what I was trying to drive at was beyond remuneration.
Yes.
Are there other means to ensure that the judiciary and all the legal fraternity are independent and handle their work well beyond remuneration?
Beyond
because
remuneration.
the remuneration, there's a limit, particularly
Yes.
public sector.
Yes.
I'm saying that because we are all subsisting consolidated fund, there's a limit.
Yes.
So beyond remuneration, are there other
I
means?
believe
Yeah.
there are a lot of
Thank you.
incentives that could be made available to, especially the judges. Maybe soft loans for them to also put up their mansions. Because what it is, and me sitting here, I would never want to be a judge, and I have my personal reasons. Because I always tell them that I do not subscribe to anyone, I'm sorry to say this, who has to wait every month to hear an alert on his phone that he's been paid. No, I am not paid that way. I'm a private legal practitioner. And so I do not subscribe to waiting at the end of the month, 20-something going, and then ping, ping, alert will come on your phone, and then you know that you've been paid. So I believe that, if soft loans are made available to them, for them to also acquire the necessaries of life, I'm sure it will go a long way in safeguarding the work that they do. Because there have been instances whereby some judges will see some lawyers in their flashy cars and they were like, hey, we're made, so how come it happens? It's human nature, So that is what I can say in this regard. Do we take more?
Prof, you want your question to be answered? The future? It's touch on it. All right. I think it was about what the future of the judiciary is since they are perceived to, the polarized.
I would have wished that this question would have been asked to the politicians, because they are the main actors of what we all perceive out there, But not to paint a gloomy picture, I believe that the future is bright. I believe that the future is bright, especially, with regard to the number of lawyers that are called to the bar. Previously, the first lawyer that was called was somewhere in 1890 something or so. Up to the time that I was called to the bar, there were not even 2,000 lawyers. And with our population going up by the day, I believe that, I'm with the school of thought that says that a lot of people should study the law, become lawyers, so that, we will be able to serve the needs of Ghanaians. Because to be honest with you, I sit here and there are so many cases that sometimes cases will come and then I refuse because my table is already full or my plate is already full. So we need more lawyers. So I think having more lawyers would make the future better for civil society because there will be availability of lawyers. I hope this helps.
Thank you, Lawyer Kwame Owusu. Yeah, the future should be bright, or we should have hope for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are running against time, but you all bear with me that his responses, he was very frank, non-political, non-diplomatic, if I may put it that way, and really touch on the core of the issues. And I believe we all have gained something from this presentation. Lawyer also, I'm sure, will be around. If we want to clarify more, let's network with him. But indeed, we want to see the judiciary playing its pivotal role as we want to enhance our democratic development and sustainability in general. On this note, I will want to crave your indulgence, say that we can give him a round of applause for he has done a good job. Thank you very much. I hand over to Madam MC.
Thank you very much. Let's give another round of applause to our speakers, please. They did very well for people who were informed last minute. Don't you think so? Looks like we know where to go to last minute. I know that around this time we should be having our break, but I would like to request us to continue with the spirit of flexibility. And let's push a little longer. Let's have our next panel session. Hopefully we can do it in 45 minutes and we go and have a quick break and then we can come back for the subsequent sessions. Is that agreeable? I don't want to sound political. Yeah, so yes, thank you so much, Professor Bawachileno and Lawyer Owusu. We appreciate you. I would like to welcome, without wasting time, Professor Anna Latte. I continue to do these names justice. She is a professor of nutrition at the University of Ghana, and she will be the moderator of the next panel session that will be discussing financing civil society, balancing independence and sustainability. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Prof.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, MC. So I'm not sure, we've been talking about inclusivity. I'm not sure we have taken Professor Dr. Meow, inclusivity. This podium has to take consideration of some of us, okay. Okay. So our session is going to be talking about financing civil society, balancing independence and sustainability. I'll just have a short introduction, knowing that we have time limitation. Civil society plays a crucial role in national and global development, advocacy, and service delivery. Many donors see civil society as reliable, efficient, and that they get the job done. You know, it is not surprising that even some funding partners would channel their funds through civil society. Despite the good work they are doing, civil society has come, funding for them does not come easy. For example, the recent dismantling of US aid has sent shock waves throughout. You know, many are affected. Many civil societies have been affected. And not only that, to just add insult to injury, many donor countries have pulled back on their support. Many bilateral and multilateral development agencies have cut funds and are repurposing their funds for national priorities. The environment of fear, an environment of fear and uncertainty has been created, and it has become an issue of swim or sink. This is not a healthy environment at all. It threatens the independence and long-term sustainability of civil society organizations. We are going to discuss this topic about civil society funding, balancing their independence and sustainability. I am really privileged to have some seasoned persons who are going to take us through this. And I will mention their names, and please, as I mentioned, you take your seat. We have Mr. Ketchoff Atengle, who is Executive Director of PACS. Please, just take your seat. Should we wait when they all come, then you just, okay. Then we have Professor Techua Menu, who is an Emerita Professor of African Studies at the University of Ghana and a Senior Fellow at CDD Ghana. Then we have Honorable Philip Opong Amponsa, who is the Deputy CEO, Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Corporation. Then Mr. Alan Kwe, who is the head of retail banking, First Bank Ghana. And then we have Mr. Amankwa Apoku, who is the chief panelist, the chief budget analyst, and the group head of budgeting, monitoring, and reporting at the Ministry of Finance. Please, can we give our panelists a welcome applause? So they are going to help us look at this issue of civil society financing. Before we start, I'll give each of you the floor to tell us briefly your interest in civil society or your organization's interest in the civil society space. Okay, I would like to start with you, Mr. Ketchum. Okay, you have the, okay.
All right, thank you very much. As rightly introduced, I am Executive Director for Pax Africa. And at Pax Africa, we are a capacity development think tank working with government agencies mainly, but also with other actors within our ecosystem to help make better use of data and research and other such knowledge resources for development purposes. And our interest in the civic space is we are a civil society organization ourselves, and so we're trying from an ecosystem approach, we're trying to see how we work with other actors to improve on this space for development to take place. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Next, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning. So I guess I straddle civil society in two ways. The university is very much part of the civil society space. It is funded by government, but it also historically has maintained its autonomy and independence from government. So it is very much part of civil society. It's interested in the issues that brought civil society advances. And then I'm also senior fellow at CDD Ghana, which is a leading civil society organization, has existed for over 30 years, works to promote and strengthen democracy, good governance, and inclusive development for all. And it has been critical. CDD is a funder of Afrobarometer, for instance. And so many people, not just in Ghana, but all across Africa, rely on Afrobarometer surveys and their data for policy advocacy. CDD also set up the WADIMOS, the West Africa Democracy Solidarity Network, and then WAEON, the West Africa Election Observation Network, with national partners, all in the bid to promote good governance and strengthen democracy. It does its work through research, thought leadership, policy engagement, and the like. So it's very strong and rooted in the civil society space here.
Thank you very much. I'm in Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Corporation. Our aim is to develop and promote steel, iron and steel industry in the nation. I'm a politician. Most people always say, I don't want to be politician. They don't want to say, I don't want to be pastor. Mostly, people want to hear good news. So when you give them good news, and at the end of the day, they will tell you, politicians are very diplomatic. Let me go. I was a former municipal chief executive, Techiman. And as a former municipal chief executive, we work with a lot of civil society groups, especially community engagement in some areas when we are looking for data. LEAP, most of the CSOs are supporting the government. When you come to St. Ghana, in the area of education, they are doing well. And I personally work with NGO or CSO, which was American-based, funded. And in those days, that supported us in Bono and a half areas to cultivate currently cashew. In those days, ADRA and the rest, they were helping us. So if you work with these areas, you will know that there is the need for us to support these CSOs. However, when most countries had their recessions, most of these CSOs folded. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay, so I represent First Bank, a bank that is about 131 years. Started from Nigeria and in Ghana about 30 years. We have worked with CSOs for a very long while. And of course, anytime you talk about financing, funding for CSOs, it cannot be done without a bank being a part of it. Either in receive as a bank, we also align very much with the ESGs, and of course, very much in line with our corporate social responsibility. For that reason, we do have a desk very much to study, research, and understand the funding needs of CSOs, which includes, of course, our NGOs. We've done it pretty well over the last couple of years, in fact, in decades. And so in Ghana, we also very much align with them. The role they play very pivotal in ensuring that democracy is deepened, communities benefit from their work and improve their, let me say, lifestyle, in addition to economic empowerment. And last but not the least is also the checker that they play in minimizing corruption that could come from individuals or from entities, both within the private and the public sector. So we are well positioned and well pivoted, and that's why we are here as a sponsor, and we understand what it takes to be able to manage CSOs and support them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Right. Thank you very much. I'm not a banker. I'm not a politician. I'm not an academic. I'm a civil servant. Yeah. So the issue is that what do we have to do with CSOs? I've been head of budget development for a number of years, over 6 years at the Ministry of Finance until recently. And the law requires that in crafting the budget, we do that in consultation with key stakeholders. The CSOs are our key stakeholders, one of our key stakeholders in the area of democracy and good governance and other areas. And that is why we are here to judge all together. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. So you all have a foot in the food CSO space. So now we'll go on to our question. I'd like to start with you, Ketchup. We are in the midst of financial uncertainties for CSOs. So far, what has been the impact? And what are the lessons to be learned from the situation? How are CSOs repositioning themselves to be able to survive? Please, straight to the point. We have to do a miracle with the time. Okay?
All right, let's see how the miracle goes. So the impact has been huge in terms of financing activities, development activities, and like all the different panelists acknowledge that lots of funding for civil society organizations have come from outside the country. And so with the current development, and especially so the case of USAID pulling up and all of that, there was a big gap in terms of development, and especially in northern Ghana where poverty has been very rife. Maybe Alex can confirm, but I understand that government of Ghana have had to step in on that. Otherwise, the issues in northern Ghana would have been very, very, devastating. So the impact is quite huge, and what we can do differently on that. Sometime when USAID pulled out, actually, my organization, we pulled out a press statement on that. So I'll just take the specific call that we made, which was that we can't continue with business as usual, right? One was that we should go ahead to renegotiate development financing frameworks and that frameworks that don't seek to empower us to do things on our own, we'll need to take a look at that again. That we'll need to confront imbalances in trade and other related global negotiations. We'll need to strengthen domestic wealth creation mechanisms, and then we'll need to reduce inefficiencies in public administration and governance. If we're able to work around some of these things, we can begin to create the space internally to drive our own development. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like Professor Tichua Menu. Please, can you also take that same question, looking at the current situation, how it's affecting the independence and sustainability of CSOs?
Thank you very much, Anna. I want to put it in a broader context. First of all, these developments have been going on for some time. If you look at official development assistance, the agreed goal was to be 0.7% of national GDPs. It was never met. So even both for CSOs and for governments, that official development assistance threshold or bottom line was never met. I think that what we are witnessing today is a renewed, if you like, in your face posture of developments that have been going on for about 20 years. It's not only USAID. The Dutch have also cut their assistance. These Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the UK. So we've entered into a space of nationalism, a focus on what is in my interest. And then yesterday, was it Liam, 2 days ago, who was talking about the US, this kind of muscling and transactional diplomacy, if you can call it diplomacy at all, what is in it for us. So there's a big listen. Now, if we look at civil society has evolved. Civil society has always existed in our countries and communities, but in a different form. The benevolent associations in our churches and communities, they are all part of civil society. I think that what the difference is that those are membership organizations. And the difference with non-governmental organizations and civil society organizations is that we don't have a membership. We work on behalf of the community. And in fact, many CSOs have been seen as donor-driven, donor-dependent, donor-responsive. So what the donors want, that's what they do. So it has really destabilized a lot of civil society organizations. Some of them have had to shut down. Some of them have had to lay off their staff. They've cut programs. I was just reading this morning, I think there's some negotiation that happened in the US Congress yesterday where they have saved PEPFAR, the HIV/AIDS program, saved 400 million, some petty amount. But so there is a big crisis, and it is really challenging the very identity, purpose of civil society organizations. And at the end of it, perhaps many of them will not survive. And maybe some of them should not survive. But we do have this big crisis, and there are different ways, what should they turn themselves to? Honorable next to me was mentioning SEND. SEND is a specific, it's always been a social enterprise. So there are different formats, and some CSOs, so some of them have been accused of duplication, people who arrive in villages in four-wheel drives, etc. So it's really going to affect how civil societies operate. And perhaps some of it is for the better. But we of course need to mobilize resources, cut waste, etc. But there's still going to be a shortfall because we are underdeveloped countries. There are things, and it is because governments don't do what they should. I'm glad somebody is here from the Ministry of Finance. When you look at the budget of the Ministry for Gender, Children and Social Protection, it always has the least, very small. Why? Because they say donors like gender. So now that donors, gender has become a bad word. Huh? If you look in the US, there are some words that should not even appear in proposals. What are you going to do now that gender has become a bad word? How is the ministry, which has such a large portfolio, how is it supposed to function? So there is a big crisis, and I will get back to the issues of sustainability later on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, as we respond, think about also, would this be an opportunity to do some in-house cleaning among the CSOs? I mean, there are good ones, there are bad ones. Is this an opportunity? Now, I'd like to come to you, Mr. Alan Kwe. No, Amponsa, Mr. Amponsa. Okay, I think this question I want to give to Alan Kwe. You work with the First Bank.
Yes, please.
As was mentioned by Ketchoff, now there's a need for domestication in terms of getting funding. Civil society, we have to look inward. How is this going to work? And how can financial organizations like the First Bank, First Bank Ghana, how can you really come into this space to help with this domestication of funding?
Okay, so like I said, banks, we chase the money. And of course, not only do we receive monies on behalf of CSOs, but we are also required to also support them. And at First Bank, and I'm sure other banks would also say, we are very much pillared on wealth generation. And when I talk wealth generation for a CSO, of course, they need to maximize their returns when they have their funds with us, so they can have a bit more than what others would have had if it was, let's say, a profit-oriented institution. Then we are also very much centered on some financial support, very much in line with their needs. Of course, we've noticed that when it comes to funding, the challenges CSOs face are underfunding, inconsistent funding, and of course, donor dependency, which very much affects their goals, their influence. They are told what to do, not to do, and therefore what they set out to originally achieve now becomes a problem. So we also look at supporting them so they can meet their financing within the short to medium term. We also look at even their employees and supporting them because they need to be motivated to work in such deprived communities as well. And then we look at, of course, a CSO isn't making profits, it's there for the good of the people, for the community. We look very much at reducing their costs of banking as well. So certain charges that we would have charged on their banking operations, we left it off. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, we also look at providing them with some transactional and e-business products. These are products such that you don't need to be able to come to the bank. You can do them from the comfort of your office or on your phone, and that also reduces your cost as well. But aside what we also provide support. Sometimes we've had to engage CSOs who have sought our advice on how to manage their funds as well, and we do that. We've tailored some solutions as in training their staff on banking awareness, financial literacy, so they can be equipped skills-wise to be able to man their business as well. We've also developed products very much in line with their needs, and we look at it on a case-on-case basis. Of course, having a dedicated desk to manage the affairs of CSOs means that you need to invest in ourselves as a bank, do the due research, study various, sectors that CSOs operate in, have a good understanding to be able to advise them as and when their financial needs are concerned. So these are ways we also support. Of course, a training like this, we believe in it, school, and that's why we are a major sponsor of this event. We believe that if we continue to do this and to support the very good ones in quotes, our communities would improve. We also, like I said earlier on, CSOs actually check the malfeasance, the corruptions, the no-co-fuels that find themselves if these CSOs bring it to the fore. Some journalists have also taken it upon themselves for such to go on such drives. We know that in our own sector as a banking sector, if we don't ensure that the right characters are in there and they influence the ecosystem as far as financing and banking is concerned, then even the banks will become at risk, and we may eventually not be able to support CSOs the way we want to support them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give you the floor, Professor Tetuamenu. You can pass this mic on to her, but I just want to say that sometimes businesses, and specifically financial institutions, you make a lot of money, you make a lot of profit, and then you use your small social responsibility
Anna,
to get a big name.
You are taking the words out of my
Please
mouth.
get it. Take
Thank
the
you.
words. Take it.
So I think we're not just talking about First Bank, we're talking about the banking sector as a whole. And we are aware that the banking sector in Ghana, for example, has its own challenges. At the same time, the banks are not seen as really supporting local enterprise. Especially, we are not talking about normal times. This is a time of crisis. So I think that we have to think about the business model so far. How many CSOs can go and take a loan at current interest rates? What will they do to generate the payback? The corporate social responsibility that the banks have been doing, boreholes, wash, it's a drop in the ocean. Where have the banks in our country invested in the real needs of communities? Housing, real things that can actually grow the economy. We haven't seen it so far. So basically, and you mentioned, it's not just the banks, it's the private sector. I was at a workshop about a month ago, and we're looking at ECOWAS and this alliance of Sahelian states. And we had participants from all these places, okay? So they were talking about the security challenges, etc., which means that even when goods have been cleared from the harbor here, to get them to Mali or Niger, those trucks are attacked. So basically, part of what we were doing was, in terms of even the stalemate with ECOWAS, how can we still ensure that the three pillars, the common security, regional integration, and trade, can go on even when there are disputes over the governance? And yet, the business, the private sector does not recognize the work that CSOs do in this direction to support it. So one of the CSOs had this convening with diaspora private sector in those countries. And they were very interested in the work because they want their profits. But you cannot have profits if your trucks can be attacked. So I think that the same way that I was saying about the bar association, etc., the banks and the private sector in general do not sufficiently appreciate, and the government do not sufficiently appreciate the work that CSOs do in even this anti-corruption that you were talking about. It was CDD that formed the Ghana Anti-Corruption Initiative and all of those kinds of coalitions, you see. So we are all benefiting from the products, but we are not supporting it. And this is where the reliance of the donors have come from. Now that the donors
are pulling back,
have left, they are pulled back, they have told you that they are not coming. The question is, what are our own banks and private sector and governments? In other countries, governments fund their CSOs. Where is the funding to CSOs? You can demand all the accountability and transparency that you want, but you must give something.
Okay, I'll come to government. Hold on. I want to talk to the politician. Yeah. Does government really value the work of CSOs in Ghana? And looking at what has happened, the challenge that has been put, what are we really doing? What is, as a politician, what is being done to really fill in the gap?
Thank you very much. Ghana, I don't think we have a proper framework or a fund like Irish. They have Irish Aid, where government fund most of the CSOs, but we recognize them. Through Ghana AIDS Commission and the rest, most NGOs or CSOs get their support from there. But as we are in now, there is the need for us as a government or as a state to have some kind of funding for the CSOs, whether we get it from, say, the oil money or something like or not through national lotteries, or there should be a policy, and that policy will direct how we need to support our local CSOs. As most of the projects or the visions are being looked at from the donor areas, and most donor supports, when it comes in, it comes with its own directions and conditionalities. So to have a homegrown program for CSOs to set as a buffer to support the government has become a problem. So there's the need for us as a government and as a politicians or as a state to have a fund. We must look at the way and look at a proper political framework. Even where there is a support, CSOs find it difficult to even assess it. Looking at the procurement problems, even some CSOs don't have capacity to have a budget or to develop a transparent policy to even assess these things. So there is the need for us as a state, at least to have a fund to support this thing. National lotteries, when you go to Britain, they use the national lotteries as a this thing. Most of the lotteries at this thing, some of their social responsibilities, they put it. Government can say, state institutions, when you come out with some of your social responsibilities, let us have some fund so that we all put this thing in. And when we do that, there will be a direction. Despite the fact that we don't have a clear direction, government also have an ad hoc means of supporting. When I was the chief executive, most of the times, certain programs, you just support the civic society organizations. So the government is recognizing it, but we need a clear direction.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think what CSO want beyond ad hoc, and I like your suggestion about having a fund, where government will put in funds specifically to support CSO. Similar things have been done for other things in this country. But now let's go to the government. Let's go to the finance person. Dr. Amankwa Poku, you've heard all that has been said. Okay. My question is, should government be financing civil society organizations? How has the government filled the gap following what has happened? Should they be funding?
Yeah.
And how has this gap been filled?
Right. So this is a double-barrel question for me. So let me break it down into two. One, should government be funding, and what has government been doing? So let me take what government has been doing, and then I'll come back to should government be funding. There's a gap. If you look at the numbers, we are estimating about $165 million gap with a pullout of USAID alone. And then if you look at USAID funding alone, it's going into areas related to health, mainly, and agriculture. From maternal and child health issues, we are looking at issues related to sexual and reproductive health issues, including HIV, AIDS, nutrition. Yeah, Professor of Nutrition, you are here. Yeah. In the area of nutrition as well. If you go into agric, we have other areas like storage and seed production seriously affected. So as a country, we recognize there's a gap. So we are still looking at ways and means of resolving that gap. So government can do some, but may not be able to do all. So we as technocrats, advising the Minister of Finance, advising government, there are some efforts. First and foremost, let's take the health area, NHIL, the fund was uncapped. And then we realigned some expenditures in the 2025 budget, and we reprioritized just to bridge that gap. We cannot bridge that gap within one day. It's still an ongoing process. Even in May, the president met CSOs to even look at issues, that's recently, of forming some government advisory council to look at some other areas. It's still talking about the fact that we appreciate the fact that CSOs are playing a key role, but government is helping reprioritize and then putting in the gaps to ensure we resolve it. The issue, should government be funding CSOs? I think the solution has been found here. CSOs play a key role. And the key role they play, their independence is supposed to be ensured, because some of their key roles include advocacy. Sometimes they monitor government projects. They put us on our toes. We do a lot of engagements with the CSOs. I can give a typical example. Was it last year budget, 2024 budget? I was in the north. Some of my team members were in the south. We met CSOs. We had even Send Ghana has been mentioned, so I can mention Send Ghana. We organized the meetings, and as part of the forum, one lady stood up and said, every year you come and collect information about our inputs into the budget. What have you done with it? We don't see what you are doing with it. I said, okay, hold on. So I went into my laptop, did the slides, and said, look, these are some of the inputs we received from you guys. These ones government has been able to do. This one we couldn't do anything about it. This one didn't even show in a budget. But at least your input is appreciated. Because sometimes the reports we get from even stakeholder engagement with the CSO go as far as the presidency for them to see what the citizens are talking about. So we appreciate the work and we work together. But government cannot bridge that gap immediately. So one of the funding options, which I said we found a solution here, is the pool. Because if government funds a CSO directly and we are not careful, we are buying them in quotes, because the work of advocacy that some CSOs play and the level at which they put government on its toes, if you are not careful, we may compromise some of the work some of them do, because they collaborate with us. The second option, apart from getting a pool of funds where CSOs can come together, and then the pool of funds option is a wonderful idea. We'll carry it forward and then see how it can be done. Because if we say we should bring it from the oil money, ABFA support is not enough. Lotteries is not, but definitely the discussions have started. Where, from my perspective as a civil servant, if we get a pool of funds where CSOs can apply with some guidelines and some measures to pick, we can do that. That is one. Two, the collaboration has been ongoing. We work with them, we collaborate with them. If government cannot fund a CSO directly, somebody mentioned AIDS Commission, for instance. If you are into healthcare, let's take Ministry of Gender and Social Protection. You can collaborate with a ministry, because government may not be able to fund a CSO directly. Why am I saying that? The Constitution clearly, if you look at chapter 13 of the Constitution, and articles 176, 175, 176, 178, talks about the consolidated fund. I think lawyer is here. That's why I was saying that. It defines clearly what public funds are and what government can use the public funds. You need to have the guidelines to direct how we can use the funds. So government may not be able to directly give to CSOs because we may compromise on their independence. But the pool is a good idea, and they collaborating with other government agencies is a good idea. We'll take the discussion forward and then see how best we can continue from there. Thank you very much.
Very, very good excuse. You don't want to compromise. That's very good. Okay, I think that we can go on and on, but I see some people are keen to ask some questions. So I'll just open the floor for 3 questions, and then afterwards, I give the floor back to the panelists to give their summary. Okay. So, well, I see one over there. Okay, that's one. I'll just take 3. 3, that's 1. 2, and who is the third person? Oh, the third person. I'll give a lady. Oh, Professor say, okay. Pardon? I picked the one whose hand is still up out there. Okay, yeah, please. Short, to the point, please.
Francis Ofosukobia is my name. I'm also in the CSO space. I do climate change advocacy in schools and communities. Most of the time, at conferences and seminars, we talk about the problem. So I'm not coming to talk about problem. I'm going to give 3 solutions to how we can get financing in Ghana and stop the international financing. Why I want us to stop the international financing is that anytime they give the money, they tell us what to do. Sometimes what they are telling us to do in the communities, another organization is doing it. So these are some of the solutions. We can have innovative way of generating money for the CSOs. One of them is social enterprise. Example, there's an NGO in the northern region. Their sponsor told them that their money is reducing, so they should find a way of generating money internally. They are in the heart, so they opened a clinic, and the clinic was getting the money to finance their NGO. Now the clinic has migrated into hospital in the northern region. So if their sponsor doesn't bring the millions of the dollars, they can get money from the hospital to finance. Those of us in the climate change, we are doing greening. Most of the communities can give us land, then we plant maize or coconut. 3 years, 4 years time, the coconut is matured, the green is saving the environment, we get the nut to sell. For example, University of Ghana has a lot of agricultural land in Kede and other places. So sometimes I wonder why the students even buy food from outside. They can produce their own food, eat some, sell the rest to the other population and make money to develop the university. The third one is giving low interest loans to the CSOs, patient loans. Let's say 5 years, 10 years. Like me, I'm a climate change advocate. I have a land. If a bank, the officer gives me a loan right now, I'll go plant coconut. 5 years time, I do break even. I give him his money. I take the profit to run my organization.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll take the next one behind you. Okay.
All right. So thank you very much. My name is Ebenezer Annan, and I'm a student in the development management and of development management. And then also, I have a community organization called Our Community Focus. Okay, so I want to make a few submissions.
Brief, please.
In terms of the Trump defunding USAID, I was very happy about that. Now, I think that as a continent, we need to own our own development process. And I've been thinking about how each and every time we always have to depend on the West for everything. Really, we need to come to consciousness that nobody will own our development. We have to own our development process. Recently, I had an internship with NDPC, National Development Planning Commission. It was a 1-year internship. And then, if you were to look at NDPC in the national development process, I learned at the cost of time, as much as I learned a lot there, but I also saw some few things. I learned that about 50 to 60% of their budgetary allocation has to come from donors. How come your own development infrastructure, in terms of the processes, the coordination development, has to be owned by somebody? And when it happens that way, that means that the reporting also goes to them. So really, in terms of development, we are not doing anything. Okay, so a few things more. I've read the National Development Planning, NDC manifesto. In it, they have it in there, and it reads that the NDC will develop a national corporate social responsibility policy to harness partnership for national development. So the politician out there, please put this one in there. Because before this, there was some MPs who together had a private members bill, which was to look at corporate social responsibility. Now, Parliament said that, you can't legislate how people donate and all that, and they threw it away. I think if you went to India in 2013, thereabout, they brought in corporate social responsibility in the corporate governance system. So you report on your corporate social responsibility in the reporting that they do. I think that we have gotten to a place that we need to do this. We can't let somebody own our development process. So we need to look at these angles as we talked about decolonizing development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I think the third person, I saw a hand here. Please.
Thank you very much. I think my question is going to my good brother from the Ministry of Finance. To what extent is this civic education or civic engagement that you do have during the budget preparation just an issue of ticking the boxes, and is it really necessary? And I'm asking this because in your own submission you did mention that some of the things that were said, it did find expression in the budget, some didn't. What was the basis of those that did find expression in the budget? Again, sometimes I just feel we are doing these things just to tick boxes rather than really engaging in a proper way of prioritizing those things that should go into the budget. If we have a number of items that we think should go into the budget and we go around the country and talk to people, obviously we'll have overlaps. And so then you can then say, oh, you see, they said this here, and they said this here. What was the basis of actually then saying that if indeed the engagement, the civic engagement was going to find expression in the budget, what was the basis for choosing ABC as opposed to DEF? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to a number of questions have been asked. Please be brief in addressing some of them. But as you address them, please, I want you to also look at going forward. Going forward, what are some of the things that need to change? Please be very specific. What needs to change regarding civil society financing and also financing their work? What needs to change as you respond to the question? So we start from here, we go this way. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. So briefly, Prof, our engagements are not only to tick the boxes. I have to put this on record. We are not only ticking the boxes. There are certain details that I may not be able to give out to you because I'm a civil servant. But it's not only to tick the boxes. But one thing I'll tell you that when we engage, the CSOs themselves are on our neck. I'll give an example. On one of our engagements, about 6 years ago, the CSOs forum were strong that government should introduce sin tax. You don't just wake up and introduce a sin tax in your budget. The budget serves two purposes. It's an administrative tool. It's also a political tool. That's why I said there are some details I can't give here because I'm a civil servant. So we as civil servants will take all the recommendations, the pros and the cons. We'll give it to the government in power. And they take the decision whether it's the right time to introduce that particular policy or not. So some of the suggestions are not implemented immediately because it serves both as an administrative tool and a political tool for the government. But we don't just tick the boxes. We take the engagements extremely serious. We can talk after here for further details if you need further details. I beg your pardon. But for going forward, what we can do, I think some of the recommendations have been put on board, and then we'll move forward from there. Thank you very much for the inputs as well. And then government is also trying to put in place some measures to ensure that the revenues that we generate are efficiently appropriated. Efficiency is also the key. Our wastage in the systems is a little bit too much. That can help generate the resources, and then we can support each and everybody, including our lawyers and the judges as well. Thank you.
Please.
Okay, so for me, a few issues. In recent past, we've seen a lot of wastage and corruption in our own ecosystem. The amounts are huge. If we can reduce that significantly, those monies can be used to improve the communities that we are in, and to a very large extent, the communities will be better off. Perhaps we would have lesser CSOs attending to them. The second thing is also to have an ecosystem that is guided by policy, guided by legislation, guided by regulation as well, so that for all those who want to contribute to funding CSOs, there's a clear guideline. There are some CSOs who also, when they present their proposals, it is not well packaged. And therefore, you cannot accept to do that or to accept it. Of course, the claims on banks and of course on private sector to support are many. We cannot support everything, but the claims are many. If of course our economic situation does improve, the claims on private sector would also go down. And therefore, there will be much more focused in addressing some of these claims that come to us. So generally, if the economic situation improves, and of course goes down, and of course we have a proper ecosystem that is guided by policy, legislation, guidance, and a regulator that would to a very large extent influence banks, influence the private sector to put in there, not forgetting incentives that would encourage the private sector to also put monies aside to support CSOs. When we do it, yes, it's good, but what do we get in return? Apart from the publicity, what else do we get in there? And yet we must go out there, make profit, and dedicate some to the communities that we are.
Thank you very much. Please pass on.
I'm starting with what do we need to change?
Yeah.
First of all, there is a need for policymakers, especially the government, at least to have a policy direction so that we can have a well-defined policy for CSOs in the country. That's one. Two, the CSOs need to come together, form a proper partnership to build their capacities. There is the need to cooperate with the partner with the institutions like the University of Ghana or various institutions so that at least they will help them to at least give them training, give them the necessary support they need so that they can come out with the current situations they are going. There is also the need to change to meet the changing needs of the society, especially looking at the current global economic situations. There is the need for them to at least change, come together as a coalition, not to be in silos, which has become an issue with them. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Please.
Thank you very much. We've been talking about CSOs, but CSOs are not homogeneous. There are very small ones. There are others which have all the capacities that they need. So first of all, we have a one size does not fit all. But we have to note that if we go back to how CSOs came, it was to fill gaps that government and communities were not meeting. Do those gaps still exist? How, so we need to kind of do a scan. So CSOs exist for a purpose. And the gentleman from the Ministry of Finance has already told us about the financing gaps. When we talk about aid is not charity. The same people who don't want aid want reparations. We are talking about a global finance architecture. I used to work for the UN Economic Commission for Africa. We were talking about the illicit financial flows, the money that leaves the continent every year. We talk about domestic resource mobilization. All those are issues that nobody seems to be talking about, but which can actually plug the financing gaps. So when we talk about aid, or when the global community says that a certain proportion should be given, it's not charity. It's a payback, if you like. More should be done. So I think that the pulling out of USAID, it's not just the money that was lost. It was the chaotic way in which it was done, the heartless way in which it has been done, and the repercussions on real people and communities. I was reading stories about nurses calling people desperately so they could go to the clinic for them to remove all kinds of implants because the clinic was going to be closed the next day. So we need to not just be populist about this, but to be realistic in terms of the real needs. Now, a lot has been said about autonomy. Yes, it is important, and I think CSOs jealously guard their autonomy. But I think that this morning when Sarita was talking, she was talking about trust. One of the issues is about trust. You know, how do CSOs really fit the needs of their community? And if we are talking about different models of doing things, whether it's social enterprises, whether it's community fundraising, diaspora engagement, and the like, or even fee-for-service models, these work because people trust the organizations. Everybody keeps saying, but people give to the churches. Why are they not giving to CSOs? The models are very different. And we also know that a lot of local philanthropy is about a big man, you know, some kind of patronage systems. And so the same autonomy issues are coming up. But in the end, each CSO is going to have to scan the way it does things, you know. Whether you go have meetings in a hotel, which is charging $150 a night, or whether you are going to scale down to models where people are staying with community members, where you are bringing a watcher seller and training them how you want the food to be served so you can cut down the cost. My final words are about sustainability. We've talked a lot about sustainability. It's not just the SDG definition of what sustainability is, but sustainability is about freedom, setting your own agenda, not dancing to somebody's purpose, you know. So these are all things that CSOs are going to have to negotiate going forward. And of course, with the support of government and local enterprises. The banker talked a lot about profit. Now, I have a friend who is dead now, he's an economist, but he used to say that in the Southeast Asian system, they had patient capital and patient labor. So they kind of balance things. Here we see you eating everything. So we have to share. I think the banks have been taking too much for too long. They need to meaningfully give back to communities, invest in the needs of communities, partner with governments to do housing, to do water systems, the corporate social responsibility, going to a chief's anniversary to go and donate to them, or the boreholes that stop working after a while. We need to revisit all of this. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So much has been said. So I will want to draw attention to ourselves as CSOs, what we can also do differently. So recently, when the president had to meet with civil society, the modus operandi for such things as for cherry picking, you know, CSOs that are known to people in government are called on. We are not organized, and so we are not able to push our demands through. Likewise, at the recent CSO's Civil Society Forum, the keynote speaker, Dr. Nimoy Thompson, actually highlighted the need for CSOs to be accountable. We need to look at how we render accounts for our stewardship. We operate based on trust, like my dear Prof has mentioned here. So we can't take some of these things for granted. But to do this, to better organize ourselves, we need assistance. We need assistance. And such assistance, for instance, as we are talking, the Ministry of Finance, I assume, is committing to help us develop some frameworks, you know, to see how we can better structure some of these internal financing arrangements. Likewise, we need other agencies to help us in this quest to better organize ourselves. For instance, we reached out at some point to the Registrar General's Department. Because of our support, we try to see how we help the ecosystem largely. So we reached out to RGD to see how, because they don't analyze data that comes to them. All right, so we reached out to them to see how we can help them analyze the data at their disposal, to see how the organization's space look like? How many CSOs do we have? Where do they spread? What are the focal activities and things like that to shape how we take things forward? They asked that we come and buy the data. And each record was to go for 25 cities. We we did some projections and we saw that even grants to help us do this analysis alone was going to be difficult. So we will need this kind of partnerships that can open up the space for our collective good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we've all had very rich discussion around this very important topic of financing for civil society. One thing that was mentioned is that we are not in normal times, but hopefully we should take advantage of what is happening and position CSOs in a situation where they can work better. And I like the idea that was brought up by one person. I will just summarize them in 3 points. It says, as a nation, we should own our own development process. I mean, where do we want to go to? Do we always have to sit down for somebody to bring us money to do what we want to do, or they tell us what we want to do? So we should get to the point of owning our own development process. The thing that other came up is government should always lead so that others will follow. Government, you are not meeting your national development assistance. That small one you are not meeting. So we want you, please take that message back. No, start with that. And then the third thing that came out is that we need a national pooled fund for CSOs. And again, I think we need government to lead on this. It will help you, it will help everybody. You know, when we put everything together, we get a big, little drops of water. We'll make a mighty ocean that will make our CSOs more effective. I think that's all I'll say. And please give a round of applause to our panelists who have done a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Professor Latte, for trying to manage that time within the circumstances. We can see the discussions are very interesting, and it's difficult to, stop them, but we'll try and catch up with time. It's been a hot seat for Dr. Alex. When you meet him, please say hi to him. Yeah, so I would like us to agree on something. We are talking about resources, limited resources. So, I have a suggestion. We have limited time, and time is a resource. And we are not doing very well in terms of time, but we still would like you to stretch your legs, go out there and grab a cup of coffee. But can we agree to efficiently use the time that we have? 10 minutes, please. And yeah, we have to show our commitment and lead by example. Yeah, we've been nodding our heads and saying, that's our contribution. We have to show. Let's start let's start now. Please, let's get back here by 11:52. Thank you very much. Enjoy your break. everyone for keeping time. I guess we would have to get started as we wait for the rest of the delegates to finish their break tea. But our speaker for this session is here, and as well as the discussant. I would like to get them started, even as we wait for the rest of the members to come back after the break, because we are not doing very well with time. So our next session will be the role of civil society and grassroots movements in strengthening democratic governance in Africa. We'll have Professor Jojo Usu, who will be discussing or moderating that session, but we will have him come up to welcome the speaker for that session. So without wasting more time, Professor Jojo Usu is a professor at the University of Ghana. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I think it's still good morning, eh? Yeah, good morning. Hey, it's afternoon, so that means that we are far behind time, so we should have started in the morning. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this session. Let me thank the organizers for the privilege to be the discussant for this session on the role of grassroots movements and non-governmental organizations in strengthening democratic governance in sub-Saharan Africa. I think I'll start with a few introductory remarks by stating that if you reflect on the progress and challenges of democracy on the continent, that's sub-Saharan Africa, we can all admit that government alone cannot carry the full weight of democratic development. And so civil society groups and NGOs are quite important. And they play a vital and complementary role to the state in terms of building more inclusive, accountable, and resilient democratic systems. But if you look at the recent Afrobarometer survey reports, they paint a picture which is quite worrying. The declining levels of interest in democratic governance, and particularly the trend towards some kind of preference for military regimes on the continent, particularly among the youth. And that is something that I think should attract the attention of all of us. Because in my view, what is happening is that sub-Saharan Africa is basically backsliding in terms of democratic governance. But the question that we need to ask is, can grassroots movement and NGOs form the kind of backbone of democratic resilience by standing firm, demanding accountability, resisting authoritarian regimes, and fighting to preserve our constitutional democratic order? That is something that I think it should attract our attention, and I'm happy that this afternoon we have the privilege or the opportunity to be able to listen to somebody who is going to take us through this title. And our presenter is Mr. Paul Osei-Kufuor, Program Manager of the Ghana Center for Democratic Development, CDD Ghana. He's also the network coordinator of the West African Democracy Solidarity Network, a non-partisan, independent, civil society-led transnational democracy solidarity network, which consists of over 20 civil society organizations located in all the 15 countries in the sub-region, that's the West African sub-region. So without wasting any time, let me invite our speaker to come in. So you have 25 minutes.
Thank you very much, Prof, and thanks, Sarah. Good afternoon to all participants and distinguished professors and invited guests. My name once again is Paul Osaikufo, and I'm the programs manager at CDD Ghana, in charge of program development and coordination. And currently I also serve as the coordinator for the West Africa Democracy Solidarity Network. Just a point of correction, WADEMOS consists of over 40 to 60 civil society organizations, activists, and grassroots movements, all based in West Africa. And for WADEMOS, our priority is to break the silos and enhance the convening power of civil society in West Africa so that we can also amplify our impact, create opportunity for experience sharing, and build collective action to confront some of the challenges that democracy is facing at the moment. So for my presentation today, I will, because of the work we've been doing at the regional level, I'll try and make it a bit regional in perspective so that I can share some perspectives and experience from Africa. So I'll start by giving a brief introduction and then talk about the state of democratic governance in Africa and move forward to share some experiences on how civil society and grassroots movements are deploying interventions and initiatives to promote transparency, accountability, and citizen participation in governance, and then draw some concluding remarks. So just to indicate that when I was called to make this presentation, the emphasis was for me to highlight how civil society and grassroots movements can enhance transparency, accountability, and citizens' participation to strengthen democratic governance in Africa. That was the marching orders from ICE. But I felt that to be able to situate this conversation, there is a need to look at the state of democratic governance in Africa. So I will set a bit of context and background to keep the presentation within a defined scope. So first of all, I look at the concept of democracy, and as you all know, the foundational definition it's a system of governance for the people, of the people, by the people. But I added something that democracy is a system of government where power is vested in the people, either directly or through elected representatives. So you can have, we used to have direct democracy, and then the other forms emerge, produce what we call the representative democracy, and then others are also calling something around constitutional democracy. But you need these three types of democracy to interplay and to connect for you to be able to have a very effective democracy. But what are the key characteristics of democracy? We are talking about free and fair elections, where citizens have the right to vote and to participate in the electoral process. We are talking about the protection of individual rights, where democracies protect the rights and freedoms of citizens, such as freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of the press, and freedom of expression. Rule of law, where government and citizens are subject to a set of laws that are applied equally and fairly. We are talking about accountability, and here it's important to distinguish between the vertical and the horizontal types of accountability. The vertical is between citizens and the state, where every 4-year period we go into an election to decide and either legitimize or delegitimize the incumbent. And then we have the horizontal, where there are other institutions. What we normally call it interbranch institutions, called parliament, judiciary, supreme audit institutions, like the Auditor General, we have the Attorney General, all playing functions to ensure that the accountability ecosystems function effectively. So if democracy is conceptualized in this form and shape, what are the aspirations of democracy? One is to promote citizens' engagement. if you look at the definition, the emphasis was power in the people or through their representatives. It's supposed to promote transparency, such that government actions and decisions are transparent and open to scrutiny. It's supposed to promote accountability, right? It has a future of accountability, and it's supposed to also use that same future to achieve a purpose of promoting accountability. It's supposed to protect minority rights. And here, democracy is supposed to protect the rights of minority groups. Recently, we talked about the law that was in Parliament, right? The sexual orientation of people. And a lot of people were concerned that why should we be even having a conversation around the rights of LGBTQI? But they have the right to education, right? They have the right to participate in a democracy. They have the right to also enjoy the dividends of democracy. So much as you may seek to criminalize the act, they have certain rights in a democracy that must also be respected. Having provided these foundational principles and frameworks, let's look at how democracy is performing. Is democracy achieving accountability? Is it achieving participation? Is it achieving inclusion? What are citizens saying? And that is where Prof. Owusu initially indicated that there seems to be some disillusion. Citizens are saying, and I know a lot of you are familiar with Afrobarometer data. For example, if you look at support for democracy and rejection of authoritarian rule, what citizens are saying is that across all the 13 West African countries that this study covered, they are saying that the support for democracy is declining. But what we are seeing, which is quite worrying and alarming, is that we are seeing a decline in the rejection of military rule, right? So whilst democracy support is also declining, we are also seeing a rejection in terms of support for military rule. Ideally, in a democracy, you expect that a lot of people will be opposed to military rule, but there seems to be some growing tolerance towards military rule, and that is quite alarming. But, I mean, if you look at the data, it's quite also promising in the sense that the rejection of one-party rule is still on the higher side. Rejection of one-man rule is also on the higher side. It's just that support for democracy is on the decline. This is what we are seeing. And when we say support for democracy is declining, it tells you support of the characteristics, the futures, and the benefits are all on the decline. Let me compare this data with another interesting one, which is public satisfaction with democracy, right? Good. Public satisfaction with democracy. So when you look at satisfaction, here we are looking about how democracy is delivering, right? Citizens are demanding democracy, but to what extent is democracy itself delivering to respond to the demand? And it is important to look at the variation. If you look at the satisfaction with democracy, if you look at the West Africa average, it's somewhere around 39%. If you look at the 39-country average, it's somewhere around 37%. So if you look at the difference between satisfaction and the demand, you are seeing something around 30 percentage point gap between the demand and what is being supplied to citizens. And then another observation in the sub-region is the resurgence of coup and military rule in Africa. And if you look at Africa in recent times, during the third wave of democratization, that is the early 90s, we saw a lot of transition to multi-party rule. There was presidential term standardization. We saw power alternation. That was when in Ghana, 1992, we have been able to maintain our democratic transition systems all this while. In Nigeria, 1999, they have sustained it. But what we are seeing that in some parts of Africa, we are seeing the resurgence of military rule. And I think we are all privy to what is happening in the sub-region. What is quite alarming is that in West Africa, military rule is gradually becoming the epicenter in our part of the continent, where we are still managing for military interventions. And the irony is also that we've not been able to even see an end or a full transition of these transition systems to a full democracy in all these 4 countries. Another worrying incident is the presidential term elongation. And if you have followed developments in Togo, now Togolese, the people of Togo are no more going to elect their president as we do in Ghana. What is happening in Togo is that the parliament is going to decide through an election within the parliament. It's like an electoral college to choose their president. And this tells you how democracy is declining over time. And these authoritarian tendencies are gradually becoming manifested even in societies that we expected less about that. If you look at Côte d'Ivoire, the president is going for a 4th term. And when we are talking about presidential term elongation, it's very important to democracy because when incumbents, evidence shows that when incumbents stay in power for too long, they begin to deploy all forms of illegal, illegitimate, shroud mechanisms to sustain and consolidate power, as you see in Cameroon and all other places. And these tendencies seems to create difficulties and frustration for civil society work, because the first attack is on civil society, where they begin to restrict the civic space. And let me also mention Mali. Mali is not under a democracy, but what is happening in Mali is so disturbing in the sense that just about 3 or 4 days back, the junta has passed a decree, and the decree was done subtly, quietly, which the decree will allow the junta leader to renew his mandate unlimited, as many times as he wishes to do. And these are the signs of deteriorations that we are quite worried about. And as civil society and grassroots movements, I will share some experience on how we are working to counter some of these negative trends. I've spoken earlier a bit about the shrinking civil space. The civil space is the office of citizens in a democracy. So without a civil space, basically democracy begins to retreat. The civic space allows us to enjoy our freedoms and allows us to enjoy our rights as citizens. It's a civic space that we convene to even challenge and contest government on policies and laws. If the civil space is being repressed, then it's taking off the fundamental right of citizens to engage in a democratic process. And that is quite very alarming. What is even worsening the civic space is what we call the disinformation campaign. Some are foreign influenced, but some are also directly led by governments to either constrain the space for citizens to have access to accurate, objective, and fair information. So they are trying to influence citizens' attitude and behavior in a way that government wants them to behave. And that will not give us a democracy that is independent, that will not promote citizens that are active. We begin to have access to information that is not objective and accurate enough for us to make our own independent analysis and assessment. So we are also seeing rising insecurity and conflict due to the activities of violent extremists and insurgents. And we all know that there is a positive correlation between peace and security and democratic governance. You cannot enjoy all these rights that I have explained in an environment that is not stable, that is insecure. So when you have rising levels of conflict, either through the activities of violent extremists or insurgents, it is also restricting the space for citizens to even enjoy their rights and freedoms. And if I give you an example of what is happening in some of these spaces, experiencing violence and activities of insurgents, they are weaponizing the law, right? To use the law to consolidate power. So, for example, when you talk about Burkina Faso, they have passed a decree that can allow the junta leader to conscript an individual to take to the battlefield. And that is how they are weaponizing the fight against violent extremism and terrorism to consolidate power in those spaces. So, in a nutshell, what I'm trying to provide is that the environment is not providing the needed incentives and agency for civil society and grassroots movement. But there is hope. Let's see what the hope provides for us. Then, also within the D&G space, when your domestic environment is repressing and also curtailing your rights, there are mechanisms within the international order to provide some safeguards. And these include institutions like ECOWAS, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the African Court of Justice. But what we are seeing in recent times is the positive defiance, right? Is the defiance of some member states against the rulings and decisions of some of these institutions. And we are even witnessing what we call the fragmentation of ECOWAS. Because of the AES countries, ECOWAS legitimacy is being questioned. So all these frameworks that earlier on Professor Techua Manu indicated, like the framework on democracy and good governance, have all been suspended in some of these countries, like the 3 Sahelian countries. These frameworks are no more working. And even in countries that are still under ECOWAS, for example, in Guinea-Bissau, ECOWAS delegation that went there to mediate the election that has been stalled for some time now, they were asked to leave the country by the president of Guinea-Bissau, which is in direct fragrance to the protocols that allows ECOWAS to mediate in such situations. Look at what is happening in Togo. It's still difficult for ECOWAS to have a voice in that space. So these regional institutions and mechanisms are also losing their legitimacy, and as such, limiting the opportunities for citizens to even access them when their rights and freedoms are violated. And a lot of it also has to do with the growing multipolarity. Gone were the days where international engagements were based largely on governance, rule of law. Now international engagements are more on economy, security, and defense. If you look at Russia's activities in Africa, through the Africa Corps, their priority in China is more on defense, security, right, and natural resources. So we don't have anywhere to go. The issue about nationalism and how we can utilize domestic resources and agency of citizens to combat these rising levels of autocracy has become very critical than before, because there is nowhere to look at. If you go to the US, no remedy. Go to the African court, no remedy. What has been the role of civil society and grassroots movements in harnessing accountability, transparency, and citizens' participation? So what we are doing is to build solidarity, strengthen networking, and ensuring that our engagements provides an optimum space within the sub-region to enhance our collective action. And an example is the West Africa Democracy Solidarity Network, which is creating platforms for CSOs across the region, that's West Africa, to agree on some common strategies and embark on common collective engagements and advocacy in the region. We have the WANEP, we have the WAXIS. In Ghana, we have CODIO. In Senegal, we have Africa Jom. These are civic mobilization platforms that is providing solidarity, creating opportunities for experience sharing and networking, and enhancing or amplifying our influence, impact, and reach. We are providing electoral assistance, advocacy, and reform. For example, you can talk about CODIO, you can talk about the West Africa Election Observation Network, which has been involved in a lot of election observation activities in West Africa. And as I speak, Wademos, for example, we have a comparative study on the elections that were conducted in Nigeria, in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, and in Senegal. And we are drawing from these experiences to engage ECOWAS and other election management bodies, because there are cross-border experiences that can inform election policy and election regulations. And then we are also strengthening youth participation in governance through capacity building, exchange programs, mentoring, and joint campaigns. A lot of the networks have what they call the Next Generation Initiative. And that is a platform that we are using to empower the next generation defenders and activists. We are also actively involved in human rights monitoring and advocacy, including engagement with regional mechanisms and instruments. Though the regional mechanisms and instruments are facing difficult times, we still resort to them by calling on them to intervene when we see incidents of violations and repression, because they still have some mandate to intervene in these countries. We are also providing defense, protection, and support for activists and defenders at risk. Because of the deteriorating environment and because of activists and defenders are the primary target of most of these authoritarian regimes, there is a need for our solidarity to be extended to them, where sometimes we have even provided support to evacuate activists who have been targeted in some countries. My organization called Wademos, we facilitated the evacuation of some civil society actors who were targeted in Sierra Leone after the elections. I don't know if you followed the Sierra Leonean elections and the outcome of it. Some CSOs were attacked by the government for challenging the results that were declared by the election management body. We are also pushing for legal reforms and advocacy against repressive legislations, including public interest litigations, protecting minority rights. We are enhancing digital integrity to counter disinformation and anti-democratic narratives through fact-checking. And for example, I can give you a regional coalition initiative that was able to prevent the government of Gambia from legitimizing female genital mutilation. In Ghana, for example, there is a private member act that we think we can explore for our advocacy. Also in Ghana, there is constitutional reform in Ghana and civil society organization. I have submitted memoranda to the Constitutional Reform Committee. Our partners have also done something similar in Nigeria, Guinea, and other countries also working on their constitutions. And then we are involved in data analytics, evidence, and knowledge generation, because the power of data and evidence to counter authoritarianism and false narratives is very critical. In this environment, you need the evidence and the data to inform policy and to engage constructively. As I wrap up, I want to conclude that there is still some hope for democracy despite these challenges. One, because youth agency. Go to the previous one. One, because we still have very robust, resilient youthful population. If you look at the region, we've seen what happened in Kenya, for example, where young people have challenged the passage of a finance bill or legislation that will have worsened the economic condition of citizens. In Ghana, we have the coalition promoting constitutional reform. So the youth agency and social movement activities still provide some hope for the region. ECOWAS is also embarking on reforms, and we are supporting that reform agenda. And we hope that it will still provide the safeguards through its frameworks. And if you look at AB data, as I did show you, that democracy is still preferred option in most countries despite the dissolution. So the advocacy for democracy still have some grounds, but we need to make sure that democracy deliver the dividends. Then there are emergence of new leaders in the region. Regionally, we were losing hope about some of the leaders because they seem to have a common playbook. But now we have seen the emergence of some new presidents. For example, we have new presidents in Ghana, we have a new president in Sierra Leone, we have a new president in Liberia. These actors have started galvanizing their energy to promote some of the reform initiatives, for example, in the case of ECOWAS, and even mediate the relationship between the AES and ECOWAS, because you need that coordination as a West African sub-region. And then election offering opportunity for power alternations. Still, we haven't lost out. We have been able to use elections to change governments. In Ghana, we've done it for a number of times. In the other countries, they are still using elections despite the shortfalls. I must admit it's not perfect. Support for other pro-democracy values, according to the AB data, is also on a higher side. Like, a lot of citizens are still demanding for accountable governance. The case for term limit is also on a higher side, 72%. So I want to say that, in conclusion, that democracy has experienced rapid decline since the third wave of democratization. And we are experiencing continuous recession globally over the past decade. And in some countries, democracy as a form of governance has collapsed, as in Mali, Niger, and the others where there's military rule. Others are also experiencing severe forms of vulnerabilities. Ghana, we all still have our own vulnerabilities, whether democracy is delivering economic dividends, whether democracy is promoting inclusion. The futures that I provided earlier of whether governments are delivering based on the futures and the conceptual underpinning of democracy. So the role of networks and social movements in this case remain critical in building democratic resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osekufu. I think let's give it to him once again. Yeah. At the beginning, it looks more pessimistic, but you ended on a more resilient note, and I'm happy about that. That all is not lost. The decline of democratic governance, the resurgence of military rule, and I must also add that if you look at social media, there is some kind of an emerging trend where some kind of a way of glorifying some of the military on the continent, particularly, I don't want to mention names here, but if you go on Facebook or any, and even I've seen some trotro drivers in public transport where pictures of some of these individuals have been put up. It's a bit worrying, but I will take your conclusion, which was more on a more positive side, that all is not lost, and that we can, citizens and civil society can hold on to our democratic aspirations. So that was quite revealing. What is also quite clear in your presentation is also what I see as possibly something that we need to guard against, the contagious, what I call the contagious effect. One coup occurs, and there's the temptation that it will lead to another coup and more coups. So there's a lot that we've taken in here, and because of time, I will not like to go on and on. But I want to give you, the audience, the opportunity. Oh, you will not allow me even to finish my statement. I can see so many hands up already. The opportunity to be able to ask a few questions, and then please be very brief with your questions because of time. And is there somebody going up? Okay, so let's start from this side. Okay, for the back there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's take the first 5.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm really excited about this talk. Like 3 years ago, the French School for Economic Warfare. How many of you know of this school, Economic Warfare? They issued a report. They said one of the main threats to the interest of France is Pan-Africanism. They actually distinguish between the old generation who are like moderate and all, who are the Pan-Africans, like us. universities, we work in international organizations. And then the newer generation, more radical, who want to see a split. France Afrique, the French imperialism, they call them Pan-Africans, right? So, of course, this is directly in relation to the AES and the revolution they are leading. So there's a lot of Western attack against them. If we look at it in comparative perspective, Salvador Allende in Chile, he was democratically elected. Nixon was president, the Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, they had a conversation. They said, the Chileans have made an irresponsible decision. America cannot sit down and allow that irresponsibility to stand. So we have two things. Democracy is about responding to the needs of the people. Liberal democracy, ballot box, is one type of democracy. Here at the University of Ghana, philosophers have been thinking a lot about alternative models which fit the African system, right? And outside, Ghana, Claude Ake, Wambia Diawamba, they've all been thinking of other models. Is there a model which would allow the government in Africa to have what is called democracy for the people rather than what Tandika and Kadaure called voiceless, choiceless democracy? Choiceless democracy, it refers to leaders being responsible to international organizations, foreign governments, like was discussed in the previous panel. So if you can respond to that, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next person.
Please, when you were doing presentation, you spoke about the citizens' rights, protecting it. I want to ask, in the northern region, we have some witches camp there, Gambaga and the Yindi one and the rest. During Kufuor's time, he tried to demolish it, but the mentality of the people have not changed. And when you do research, it's mostly our old women who go through mental health and a lot of stress, and when their family sees them, they think they are witches. Protecting people's rights, apart from the political rights, is your organization doing something to protect our mothers and sisters in the northern region?
Okay, thank you. So let's come down here, Dr. Wachuri.
Thank you very much for the presentation. All the coups and other things that you mentioned, is it because that democracy is failing us? Can you maybe comment on the performance of these democratic leaders so that that could serve as the catalyst for what we are seeing nowadays?
Okay, there are two hands here.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is, can we now contextualize what democracy is? And then referring to what the presenter was saying, do you actually use evidence-based information, like in Burkina? I'm from Burkina, for instance, and also a postgraduate at KNUST. What we were talking about, they don't just pick someone and take them to the field. No, it's like, for instance, there was an influencer who actually spoke. So they take you and to the field so that you see the reality, not for you to use a gun and no. Yes, I just wanted to correct that. So do you actually use evidence-based information on that? Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, good day, everyone. I'm Dr. Latfat Kendi Olatunmo from the Kwara State University, Nigeria. Sir, as a researcher, you presented a data on democratic governance in Africa, that is the satisfaction with democracy. Can you please give us a source to that data? Thank you.
Thank you. I still remain Charles Dakpo. Yes. One question. Who legitimizes free and fair election?
That's your question. That's your question.
It's the half of the question. Yes. And then the last question is, what is the difference between the American Electoral College and the Togo experience that we are trying to condemn?
Okay, thank you.
The third question,
Well, I wasn't going to respond, but as an American, I was gestured at. So I'm Ryan Shealy at Mercy Corps, and I'm a democracy and governance practitioner and researcher, but an American citizen. And I was watching the first half of the slides talking about growing acceptance of single man and single party rule, talking about mistrust in democracy, political violence. And it could have been slides about my country right now. And so I think what I want to ask our presenter, this group, there was a slide that was about our hope is solidarity, network, coalition building, and collective action across borders. And I think what I want to ask is a new role for American CSOs, American INGOs. We need to learn. We need to act collectively, not in the position of gatekeeping or coming with knowledge, but we need, I am legitimately scared about what's happening politically in my country. The Electoral College helped get us there, and we were a bit unwise and didn't know what we were doing as an electorate. So I think as I listen for this hope, I'd love to help more American organizations join in that hope, because we need to all act collectively to defend democracy. So thank you.
Okay, because of time, let me just say two so that we will not have the opportunity. Just two, I'm taking just to this side. The lady.
Thank you. So a quick one. We're talking about the decline in people rejecting military rule, and I think there was a comment here about maybe military rule is serving the purpose that people want to see, or it's giving them the results they want to see. As CSOs who sees that these actions or people giving acceptance to these things could be harmful later in the future, is there any engagement going on with the people themselves to be able to approach these new developments in the way that they need to? I hope you get what I'm trying to bring out. So are we engaging the people? Yes, we see military rules and all of these coming up, and the people are embracing it in a way we think is scary. Is there any engagement with them so that they can engage it in the way that should be? I hope it's clear now.
Okay. Yeah. So the very last one, if there's any burning.
Leslie Casely Hayford, Associates for Change. I think there needs to be a lot more research below the surface of conflict and fragility in West Africa. When you look at the youth decline, when you see that the rights of youth are disenfranchised from quality basic education, they don't have an option. They choose not to have that option. So when they drop out of school at the age of 12, 13, 14, they get involved in what we call in Ghana, galamsey and other extractive industry. And then sometimes they make the choice to join those movements. Boko Haram. In Burkina Faso, in Togo, in Nigeria, we're working across West Africa. And what we see is a clear link between the lack of equity for quality basic education and the loss of parental engagement with their youth and the other structures around them, whether it's chieftaincy or modern governance structures. The youth, if they're disenfranchised and not given the opportunity to basic literacy, numeracy, life skills, and to transition into junior and senior high school, they will follow that movement. So let's look below the surface. Let's look at those issues that are now arising in Burkina Faso. 6,000 schools have closed, 250 in northern Ghana. How much conflict do we have to look at before we see what the youth are asking for? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions and comments. So let me give you the opportunity to present them.
Thank you very much. I think some of them were generally comments, which I will also want to comment. So allow me to do that. The AES, Dr. Sante, I agree with you largely. There are so many dimensions behind their exit of ECOWAS. But for me, as an observer of the sub-regional space, from day one, I felt that these coup makers had an agenda, right? Because if you look at how they were conducting themselves, they kept shifting the goalpost, right? And wherever there is an opportunity for them to hang on, they explored those opportunities. One, what did they do? They started attacking ECOWAS. I'm not holding brief for ECOWAS. We all have our concerns against ECOWAS. The same way we have our concerns against our government, we still work with our government to try and fix the problem. So they started attacking ECOWAS. Two, they started using the Pan-Africanist ideology. And you know, in Africa, anytime you start the arguments and advocacy about nationalism, we need to domesticate, we need to do away with the imperialist, right? But we live in an environment that is multipolar. If you have partnerships that can produce positive outcomes and incentives, there's no problem with that. But I have problems with the relationship between France and the former colonies in Africa over time. This relationship seems to be unbalanced, doesn't produce outcomes that largely serve the interest of the former colonies compared to Anglophone countries that were colonized by the British. So the point I'm trying to make is that these guys had the agenda from day one. And they culminated that agenda with the exit from ECOWAS. So now there is no even framework or mechanism to demand accountability from them to transition to democratic governance. So a lot of the arguments, I'm not contesting it, I'm not contesting that. But I also wanted us to draw our mind to the point that these guys had an agenda from day one as well. And my position is that they could have still engaged with their benefactors, whether France or any other organization, could have engaged with them constructively to resolve the issue. Also, there was a question about, I think it was a comment, democracy for the people, we have choiceless democracy. I want to add a comment that CDD launched a report recently. And I think this ties into the point whether we should have a reimagining or rethinking of democracy. Whether I've been in conferences where there's concern about should there be an African democracy. But if you look at the values and attributes that I postulated earlier from the slides, what is wrong with those futures and values? What is wrong with it? When democracy is calling for free and fair elections, where democracy is calling for inclusive development, where democracy is calling for participation, democracy is calling for accountability. The problem, and as I said, please look for that publication and let's discuss further. It's called democracy capture. Democracy dividends have been captured by private networks and individuals. Here, politicians are involved, and these have further been fueled by corrupt activities. So citizens are not getting the benefits and dividends of democracy. In Ghana, we've become so polarized that we are not even paying attention to this issue of capture. So please look for the report. It's on the website of CDD, and you can understand why democracy is not also delivering. There are other factors why democracy is not delivering, but that report is quite exciting to read. Why the coup? Is democracy failing? Democracy is undergoing stress. Let me put it that way. Democracy is undergoing stress. Like any stimulus, it can go through waves, ups and downs, right? But the solution is not coup d'etat. Don't we have our problems in Ghana? Have we responded with whatever coup d'etat? Are we not confronting the problem? Right? But you see, much as democracy goes through waves and provides its own remedy for solving its own problems, because of challenges like democracy capture, because of the rising authoritarianism, illiberal democracy, people and citizens are getting frustrated. And the support for military coup is just a sign of frustration with what? Democracy. It's not that they are against democracy, because the data shows that they still support democracy. Though support for military rule is still on the higher side. So this is how I want to explain it. that democracy is under siege, is going through severe stress. But the solution is not military coup. We can have a conversation why military coups are predominant in Francophone West Africa. There are so many theories behind it, including the configuration of their security architecture and all that. The military is even so close to governance in those spaces. They still have what you call presidential guards. And if you look at the coups, the trend is common. Most of the people who took the guns came from the presidential guards. They are too close to power. How do you democratize the security sector? It's very important. Ghana, we were able to do that. Post and transition to democracy, there were so many reform programs to democratize the military. So this is a conversation we can have. I think my time is up, but I want to respond to my brother. My brother, we have network members sprawling across even Africa. And we have a database. We call it the Wadimos Observatory, where we pick all the alerts of human rights violations. And I can give you copious documentations of people who have been taken to the battlefield. What law, in which society, will someone condemn or criticize you, for want of a better word, and then you conscript, you take the person that come, and let us go to the battlefield, and for what? What kind of society is that? And I hope you understand me. Because democracy, even if it's not a democracy, it's a military rule. Why should you send people who are not military people? They've not been trained in warfare and any tactics in the jungle field, and you take them to the battlefield to do what? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our presenter is very passionate about democracy and how to protect it. And the takeaway is that democracy is only under stress, nothing else. That answers the question. Severe stress, but we'll be fine at the end of the day. So on this note, let me once again thank Mr. Paul Admacho. Paul Osei for a wonderful presentation. And let me also thank you all for being patient and listening and providing your comments and questions and so on and so forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Usu, and thank you, Mr. Paul. Right, you can see how passionate he is. Please feel free to discuss with him further. Sorry that he was not able to respond to all the questions, but he's still here with us. Let's quickly break, and hopefully we can finish and have our lunch in an hour's time. Since we had a late break, hopefully we can. But let me just take you through the rooms we are going to. We are going into breakouts. We are not going to have 4 as indicated in the program. We had one team that has dropped off, so we only have 3 breakout sessions. The topic on evidence-based decision, as indicated there, seminar room 1, there is strengthening democratic institutions. You stay here. And then NB11 will have the last one. But before we break out, since we are not coming here, whether you eat lunch or no depends on how fast you'll finish your breakout session. So that is really, I'm throwing the ball to you. We'll have the afternoon moderator being Jennifer. Jennifer, you could stand up so that people can see you. Yes, she will be our afternoon moderator. And we will be resuming at 3 sharp. Thank you. So let's go to the respective breakout sessions, and let's keep the time. The lunch will be ready as soon as you're done. Whenever you're done at the breakout, please, you can go for lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Please, three presenters, are we ready? Those who would like to stay here, please, let's get ready. Our sub-team is strengthening democratic institutions, and we'll be having three presentations. So, the presenters, are you ready? The first presentation is by Violet Alinda and Richard Timo, and it is on the topic, the role of participatory action research in strengthening community civic muscles of grassroots movement.
And I have a program that deals specifically on urban agenda on national TV. Anytime we raise any urban issues, people are shouting the names of their mayors, they are shouting the names of their DCs, their MCs. There are those who are also shouting the names of their members of parliament that we need our roads fixed. Just, I think, within this week, we've had communities demonstrating for better roads. We have mayors chasing to evict people who are occupying roads and all of that. We also have places where street lights are not working and people are shouting, we need all of these things. We want to see how important is evidence-based participation and popular participation. Let me start with the ministry. Director Pasa, you are coming from the ministry. Help us understand when you say evidence-based decision-making and how you deepen the popular participation at the local level. What does it mean?
Thank you very much. As the name implies, evidence-based means that there's nothing like Bosrimuka in a can language. You cannot just get up and say, I'm implementing a policy without a baseline, without recognizance, without appraisal. So evidence-based basically is we're trying to say that before you come out with a policy, before you have a vision, you should have a data. And we as a ministry, the requirements of policy formulation is underpinned by existence of data. If you don't have data, what are you trying to tell the people? Where are the gaps? Where are the issues? So basically, in general, evidence-based is such that if you have the evidence, you can even have justification for development. You can actually realize the dividends of local governance or dividends of decentralization if you have the evidence. And as a planner, you cannot do anything without evidence. So that is where I'm coming from. And I want to end by saying that the Local Governance Act 936, Section 48, also talks about participation. The whole section on 40 to 48 talks about participation. And indeed, the decentralization policy, the pillar 6, talks about popular participation. But it is an opportune time that we deepen participation. So the current review that is ongoing, being led by IMCC, the Inter-Ministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization, we have included in that policy popular participation and accountability. So accountability has become a major tool within the pillars. Without it, you cannot also deepen the decentralization we're talking about. Tools in a nutshell, data drives policy. And once you have data and you formulate policy, implementation will bring the needed changes that you require.
Ms. Amwa, you are coming from the assembly, and I would love for you to also shed light from the assembly perspective, the challenges, for instance, that you, and probably suggestions that you see when it comes to popular participation.
Thank you very much. I think
particularly at the municipal level where you operate.
Okay. Yeah. So I think the popular participation on our side, we are doing well. I can say that we are doing well in that you may want to start everything by
as my director said, involving people to get their views before you even spend any money. So basically, we try to involve people in the plan preparation and also in the budgeting that we do. But the most difficult part that we face is the issue of someone has to trade off the shop that is operating vis-a-vis attending a gathering that assembly is calling for. So any time that you want to maybe dip in or perhaps go further to that one, you need to spend a lot of money. Somebody is expecting that as soon as he comes, he is served with a food, not even a snack, but is expected to be served snack, lunch, and also TNT to go. Other than that, your first meeting, you will get everybody there. But the second and subsequent meeting
will be empty.
It will not come because that thing is not available. And you cannot really sustain it because you don't have enough to be paying TNT for somebody to come and then talk about a decision that is going to affect him. He is looking for that one before he comes. So a few that will come will take the decision for them. But if you look at it, there are some groups, organized groups, who either are supposed to really be part of this decision making. But these are also people who also will come and then make sure that we'll be looking out for these things, and for that matter will not be interested in coming because we didn't give them the TNT. The next one is the level of education. I want to know that indeed this is the rights and my role as a citizen to also be involved in the decision making of the country. Somebody will tell you that, oh, even if you move me from here, I will not vote. Using that one as a yardstick for you to really let him stay at where he's supposed to stay. Next one is also the issue of, I think, very soon, maybe with the discussion that is unfolding, we'll be looking at how we'll even elect our chief executives. Because failure to really let the citizens elect them and then hold them accountable, it becomes difficult for you to now take certain decisions and bind them to implement such decision. Assembly members are also key points in here because sometimes because they align themselves with a particular party, whether the policy is one district, one factory, or whatever, the planting for food and job. We don't have anything in our municipality as planting for food and job. But then, if within, because we don't have land, it's an urban area. And then if you want to do that one, then we need to really look at the district specific to now bring that kind of agriculture in place. Now, if you don't have that one and you want to implement such a policy, how do you get the results? So somebody will say, okay, let's look at Kole Klote. What type of agriculture can they do? Can you use hydroponic system of agriculture, growing of vegetables and other things? So they can now let the people feel part of that particular project that you are bringing on board. So let's look at that angle. Let me also end up by also bringing the issue of people like the women and the marginalized people who also need to be taken into consideration first and foremost when we are designing projects and programs, because they are going to be the affected people. And so there's a need for us to really look at these people and make sure that we support them, bring them. If there's a need for us to really give them some opportunity, we do that one to bring them on board in our delivery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Matthew, you are coming from the academia, where you've done quite a number of researches here and there, and I believe that you've made some significant assessment of popular participation at the municipal level. If you can shed light on that, first of all.
Okay, thank you very much.
How you see popular participation at the municipal level.
Okay, thank you very much, V-Mates, and good afternoon to you all. I think that first and foremost, we need to establish why we talk about popular participation. in the framework of Ghana's constitution, with chapter 20 establishing local governance and, for that matter, the policy of decentralization to be implemented so that citizens can benefit from the national resource. So that framework set into the theory of the principal agent, so that at least the agent who will be delivering the services will understand what the principal really wants. And the principal might not have the power in terms of the available resource, because the principal has now ceded that power resource into the hands of the agent to be implemented. So in that context, the agent is mandated to always get the need of the principal, being the citizen in this context. And that has been the thing that always goes against the agents in terms of when it comes to the implementation. And you can reflect, based on what my brother Amwa mentioned, the challenges. I have to say that from our perspective, from the Institute of Local Government and the researches that we have done all this year, in actual fact, the issue of lower participation was really established by Sherry Eiston somewhere in the 60s, in the 70s, that when it comes to participation, maybe instead of us going to citizen power, we are either at non-participation or, let me just elevate it a little, at tokenism. We just give something small to the citizens so that they can understand. My brother was mentioning the process of developing what we usually call the medium-term development plan, the plan that will engage the assembly to deliver to the people. You could see over the years, per the law, we are supposed to engage the citizens. But from data that we have collected, it seems that it is very, very low. The engagement is very low. Very, very low. The engagement, the participation of the citizens, very, very low. And I think he has enumerated some of the challenges in terms of the costs and all of that. In 2023, the Institute of Local Government Study did a research that we titled as a Local Governance Index, trying to measure the quality of services that citizens receive. Out of the 8 major pillars that we were considering, the quality of opportunity for participation was the last. Well, yes, normally you could understand, and it's interesting that provision of water will go. But a bigger pillar, which for us we are interrogating more, was that the quality of leadership that is provided by the district chief executive was number 1. You could understand because in the law, as Planner Pasa mentioned earlier on, it is mandatory that the chief executive should engage the people. So with apologies, by convenience, he can just go to the communities, engage the people, and it's recorded. And it is also required in the district performance assessment too, which is also another accountability line. So those indicators are there to be measured. So I wasn't surprised that it was number 1. But when it comes to ordinary engagement, it was just the lowest, even below the national average after we did the mean and all the statistical models within it, which goes to tell us that there are more things to be done. We want to appreciate that in the spectrum of participation, in terms of political participation, I think some levels are being increased. And I'm waiting for 2027. 2027 is going to be very, very wonderful. Because currently His Excellency has now motivated our assembly members with 1,300. So 1,300 per month is good money. And it will encourage a lot of people to politically participate, stand for elections, and win. And that is where there's also a danger. In actual fact, there was this conversation with our earlier presentation from Dr. Adukwe, that though I disagree in terms of the election, whether partisan or not, it is a key factor. Because with this motivation of 1,300, there's supposed to be a conscious effort to bring in marginalized groups. If political parties don't enter into this and giving the mandate to bring in that conscious effort and we leave it loose, I'm sure some marginalized groups will not be catered for. So that angle, there's going to be an increase. But the association from the assembly member to the citizen will be very, very difficult. Will continue to be low. Why? Because citizens are now becoming aware, but not really interested. They are aware, but not really interested in asking questions.
Yeah.
Because you can even emanate it from the data that Dr. Adukwe and group showed that what we say, they don't listen. We are still in tokenism. We tell them, and it's very, very a bit difficult for citizens who want to participate. They say what they want, what they need, but nobody listens to them. And that will be a big demotivation for them if we do not hurry up and move from tokenism and give the power to the citizens. Then there will be a lot of issues for consideration. And thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Bache. And on that, I would love for Director Basa to respond to maybe some of the things you had raised and what is coming from the ministry in terms of ensuring accountability. And as you somehow hinted, I think we all agree that evidence-based is no longer an option. It is very integral in achieving some of the local economic developments that we are all seeking. How do we ensure that we have that level of accountability within our popular participation system?
Okay, thank you very much, Samuel. I think that one thing that had happened to us in the ministry is the opportunity of the tripod. What do I mean by that? The fact that we have local government, we have chieftaincy, and then we have religious affairs. It's a tripod opportunity. You know, our chiefs command a lot of respect in our communities, traditional authorities. They are independent body. But let's say you go to Nalerigu and Nairi speaks. I mean, no matter how powerful, once it's a Nairi direction, they fall in line. You go to Asante and it speaks. So in that sense, the tripod is an opportunity for us. What do we have to do? Do we go conventional or we have to be innovative? Because the Gen Zs are moving faster than us. So what, are you going the traditional way of participation, which is not cost effective, or you want to have innovative ways of engaging people? And that is our way forward. So as a matter of fact, the act that drives us, the Local Governance Act, is being reviewed. And these nuances have been taken care of. The issue of mindset, the issue of the cross-cutting issues of mindset, ICT and innovations, behavioral change. We like asking for things that we are supposed to do. Like, hey, they ask for this meeting, what is inside? You are contributing to the process. So I just want to say that it's not an event, and that is why we are having a dialogue of sorts. It's not an event, it's a process. And that process must deal with all the emerging issues and connect with the best practices. Because we've all schooled outside here and there. You don't need to put people in town hall and all this, but people get information on a certain platform that are accessible, not expensive. So we need to be innovative going forward. The second bit is that the supply side versus the demand side of participation. Social accountability. Can we also, you are in academia, I also schooled here, Geography and Resource Development, first degree. And those times when we were here, our lecturers devote not less than 10 minutes, 20 minutes reviewing policies and trying to let us understand our policies in the public sector. Is it still happening? If it's happening, how are students taking advantage of it? And finally, the media. The media is a catalyst for popular participation. And if district level elections are only talked about when the year is due. So the last one, the 10 over, is it 10 over? How do you call it? turnout was so low, such that the first time we had 56% was 1988, 89 or so. All those, and when they did the research and they concluded on the report, the urban people are not interested in local government. It is rather the rural people, assembly member, yeah. But in the urban areas, people don't even want to be interested in local government. What is the issue? We should bring it to the fore. We should engage government, so we deepen citizen government engagement, constructive criticisms, proper feedback, and then whilst efforts are being made, the one you talked about, now plenty money is going to local authorities. So we need to heighten or deepen the accountability systems so that the local authorities judiciously use the money and then they meet the needs and aspirations of the Ghanaian people. The only way we can succeed is to make local government work. All of us here, you are in a jurisdiction. You are not in Accra. Even in Accra, there are jurisdictional areas. If you go back to your community, what is your contributing to local authority? Do you work there maybe during General Assembly meeting just to observe their deliberations? Consciously. Because having worked in the district, there's an opportunity for you, just like going to Parliament, sitting in the gallery and listening to them. It's a miniature of Parliament. If they are having those, can you imagine that Professor, the director of ISE, in your assembly, they didn't invite you, but you just walk in the General Assembly. You put your ears on the ground and you go and sit down and observe. Do you know the way the deliberations will go? You never know. Or Wilson, you go to the assembly, General Assembly meeting, then you go and sit there. Hey, journalists were how? Hey, then you see, so we need to all be part and parcel of the process. And finally, the only way we can deepen participation is to adhere to the provisions in Article 240 of the 1992 Constitution. As far as practical, but we should decentralize. Everything must go to the local authority. Then we can deepen the oversight and monitoring and evaluation, which is evidence to action, which we are having today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And let me recognize Professor Kote for showing up. We appreciate it. I think Director Pasa mentioned it. Not only did I work for him at the Institute of Economic Affairs, but he continues to influence a lot of us. And this is way back, I think about 22 years or so at IEA. Prof, good to see you. But Prof, do you know your assembly member? I won't go there. This one, I'll withdraw. It is important, and I'm happy that Director Pesa mentioned the fact that we all get involved at the local level if we really want to be able to get the accountability that we are all seeking and eventually get the needed development that comes out of it. But Ms. Amwa, you from the Assembly, what do you see that can be done with the challenges that you have even brought out? What can be done in addressing them to get you the required and the needed coordinated effort that is required for the popular participation that we are seeking?
Thank you very much. I think when we plan, then of course we should be involved in the implementation and then monitoring and then evaluation. Now, Dr. Pasa mentioned something that technology is in now. Nobody can now do something without technology. Now, people don't want to really come together like a forum like this. It's a waste of time for them. Let us set up platforms for people to now share views and opinion on the development that actually affect them. That's one thing that we have to do by setting us a WhatsApp or any platform to engage them. That one also means that we need to do...
Sorry, just to push you on that. Does it work? Do you think that the leadership, the local leadership, will be able to have such, some of these innovative means, the modern innovative means? And he mentioned also the fact that young people are joining, Gen Zs are joining. They are more aligned to the Instagrams and the WhatsApps and all of that. Does that work?
Okay. So let me set an example. We I think 2023, the government took the property rate out of the assemblies. And so we realized that collection or property rate from the agency that was given to did poorly compared to our 2022 performance. Now, when it was given to us in 2024, we tried to, as much as possible, go digital in terms of collection of property rate. Now, we are in the news to have collected over 200% of our property rate. Why? Because we try to let the people, the ratepayers, know that we have recognized that they find it difficult in getting to our office to pay property rate, working only to pay property rate. Now let us try to make it convenient for them to pay. Now through that one, through the conveniences that we made for them, everybody is ready to pay through either the mobile money, the ZPay, and the rest, which has really shown our revenue. And we are going ahead also to ensure that we show them what we have used the money for, which will now give them the trust for them to do more. Now, the next one that we also realized, in the budgeting process, we realized that either to where we were really trying to go each, let's say, stakeholder by stakeholder, they realized that it's also sometimes a waste of time again. And so they have set up their own platform that we have to now come and engage them. So the budget officer is on the SNIT or insurance companies platform, the banks, the resident associations within the locality, and now views that or complaints that come. Quickly, it's reversed to the officer who is supposed to work on. Go and work on it, then we bring the results back to the platform, that this has been done, please check on this level. And they are cooperating effectively, but we are not there yet. As I can say that we are not there yet, but we can start somewhere, and then we can progress, review, and until such a time that perhaps we can strengthen our base in the sense that within the assembly itself, we have the zonal councils, the unit committees, and also other electoral areas that we are supposed to also resource. These structures below the assembly, hardly do you see people talking about them, but they are there in the first for the locality. That if you are in Osu and cannot come to Circle, where our office is, or maybe you have an assembly that is having 4 or 5 communities, and the assembly is located, the office is located at one area, that you have to pick a car to come there. These zonal or town councils are supposed to serve as avenue for you to now enter and then pay whatever you want to pay. But here is the case, we have gone further to ensure that we strengthen these zonal councils by way of setting up offices for them. So we have one at Ijaben that is completed. Osu is also coming up. And so very soon we'll get there. But that also will require the support of everybody, because you can put those structures there and still people will decide not to go because they are not ready to evolve themselves. Then, of course, the issue of civil society, the media, can we equip the interests of the governance system that we have?
How do you suggest that's done, though?
Yeah. So I think that the person mentioned earlier on that are we waiting for, let's say, the next election before we start talking about some members' election? No. Can we now bring these issues up early so that people's interest will be there for them to participate when a thing is due? Yeah. Let's start from that angle. Let's see. We are in the process of preparing our, some are even done, some are also in the process of doing it, preparing our medium-term plan. How are we showing interest in the plan? How are we making sure that this plan will find itself in space? Where? Which angle? Where are we going to build schools?
Yeah.
Which school do you need to renovate, and how can we do that one through the involvement of the people? These are some of the things that we need to really do to ensure that we are. And then, not forgetting what you mentioned earlier on, the weak ones, or let's not say the marginalized but organized group, like the women, the youth, and the rest, should be also bring on board because it will be difficult for them to really come initially, but can we reach out to them so that we can now see that indeed we are going somewhere, we want to carry everybody on board, and we'll surely get there. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Dr. Majid. You conclude on this, and then I'll come to the audience also for us to also contribute, ask questions if we so desire. But one of the things that I've heard over the period, and I've heard that even in several of the urban forums we've had in the past, working in silos and individually, there are times that even the urban forum have had the cause to question why we don't even have the presence of our chiefs on the ground. You don't see assemblymen showing up. You don't see MMDC showing up. Now, Director Pasa has mentioned the new system of the tripod, which brings the local government, it brings the chiefs, it brings even the religious bodies and all of that together. What coordinated effort, and again, what do you think can be done immediately that can resolve the challenges that you have enlisted, as many as you have been able to enlist going forward?
Thank you very much. I think we have a great opportunity as a country. Let me just also add my voice to what Director Pasa said and my colleague Amwa. The point is that we need the vibe of citizens. Local government in Ghana needs the vibes of every single individual. Let me just mention that for the last assembly members that we had before the new appointees came, we did a nationwide assembly members training, and I can confirm to you, per the data that we collected, if anyone here thinks that our assembly members used to be those days of low education, then we are wrong. In Secretariat, where I was charged to go, there were 2 professors and 1 doctor as an assembly member.
I see.
1 appointed, 2 appointed, 1 elected. And they were happy to be part of the process. Why? Senior, because they are thinking that local government is the issue about from cradle to grave. For you to survive on this land, it's local government.
Yeah.
The law is so clear that if you love your security, then you need to love your municipal or metropolitan chief executive, because the law says that he's the chairperson of the local security. So if you know something that can protect you, your property, your family, and you don't share that information with them, then you can't blame them when there's a security lapses. So it's important that we will take this opportunity to encourage everyone that in Ghana and in Africa at large, we need the vibes, especially those in academia. Because you do the models, you understand the issues, you can educate and support us with your ideas. And based on that, local government can thrive. If we don't do that, we can't blame assembly alone. Now, the issue on the tripod is very, very key. Yes, we cannot run away from the challenges in my post because hitherto chiefs were a little bit marginalized, or let me say, taken out of the governance process. Because when you check the law, it does not give them the direct power. And this is a great opportunity that His Excellency has realized that we are bringing the local government, traditional authorities, and religious bodies together. Now we can all sit at the same table. With the leadership of the Honorable Minister, we can chart a course that can help everyone. Because without that, we will have a problem. And this tripod, I will say that this is the time. If we are lacking strategy, because there is a lot of cost in participation, bringing people to the assembly is going to be difficult. With our apologies, I was just watching the latest runoff in Ablekuma North. And I realized that most of the police stations that were being used were from Pentecost or Presby or Methodist. It means one way or the other, spiritually, it's a safe haven. That when you go there, you will be safe. Therefore, I will take this opportunity to encourage our assembly. I have to also admit that Kole Klote and then Secondary Takrade Metropolitan Assembly are one of our precious models. anytime we want to undertake any research in line with good practices, these two, we go there and it is solid. In terms of their revenue generation and engagement with the people, it's solid. Their local economic development issues, I think maybe another day we'll talk about it, but they are doing so well. This is the time. We have to understand that we need to go to the churches. And churches, mosques, and any other social gathering, or let me say, religious gathering, they are happy to receive the district assembly. So when it comes to the participation, for them to move all the way, maybe 300 meters to you, they may not. But when you take a Sunday and you visit them and explain it to them, the priest or whoever is there is going to share ideas. And I think that is the best way to go, which they will not ask you that because you came, give us offering or not. It's very, very simple that I think we should do. When we continue that, we can move into the next strategy of involving the media. I think Westin and Bernard Abler have been doing great, but we want them to amplify it the way you are also amplifying it. Always you are engaging our practitioners because, as I said, it's cradle to grave. So if we don't elevate the issues, we don't set the agenda through the media for people to appreciate it, we will be finding ourselves wanting and we might not succeed. So I will encourage all of us, let us be interested in local governance because it is done everywhere. When you go to the Western countries and good practices, that is what is being done. Local government is taking the lead. And let me just say one more, that in that context, we can increase our social accountability models because it becomes a good platform for us to engage directly with the citizen. That they will bring us report. In terms of our monitoring evaluation that we do, we don't need to spend so much. We only leave the thing to the citizen and they will bring us report as whether we are doing well or not. I want to also suggest that it's time from the kindergarten. Local government goes into our educational system from the kindergarten. We are happy for the kind of models, our great leaders that they have been telling us. We love them. But local government should be taught at the primary or even from the kindergarten so that they appreciate sanitation issues moving forward. Because when we pick, for example, the 8 pillars of the battle principle from South Africa, it's working so well. Ghana needs to also start talking about it, those pillars, so that by the time you grow, you understand that this is the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to go straight to them, but there's something, let me come back to you for 30 seconds or 1 minute. And I want you to punch on this because you've talked about how we get closer to the churches, how we get closer to the media, and even how we started from kindergarten. But that angle I like. How do you think, because you've done quite a number of researches here and there, how do you think we can win a lot of the young people, the millennials, the Gen Zs, to also embracing local government issues? Now, some of us and some people are celebrating 50th birthday, 55th birthday, and 60th birthday. Very soon they will be fading small. I didn't mean to punch holes. I'm not shaking any tables, but how do we get these ones? And we see a lot of students here, young people here. How do we catch them quickly in 1 minute, then I go to them?
The aspiration of every young person is to either to finish school and get job to do. It's one important part. When we see relevance of local government in creating jobs, it will be a good way to go. Yes, it's good to use the digital platform and the rest. But seeing a digital platform comes with costs. Every student or any young person will look out for the opportunity cost of discussing issues on the assembly against other platforms that can bring quick money. So as much as we are using digital platforms, which is very, very good, and I say Kole Klote is doing so well about that, we should also have the interest of the youth by getting closer to them. As politicians get into the ghettos
for
to
votes,
either drive, banku, or wash, local government should also start getting closer to them and then engage them so that they can put, you see, we are now, even in our narratives, unfortunately, we are putting youth and women together. Even here, when we started the discussion, we put the youth and women together, that they are the vulnerables. But we have to do it better and engage the youth properly. Not only on digitalization, but the kind of, you see, they want to be respected. The kind of youth that we have now, we want you to
They
come
think they are
closer.
sharper than you,
Yeah,
actually.
exactly. So, yeah, they are. So, it's important that you get closer, give them the opportunity to tell you. And you don't need a lot of cost. They will even do the work that you want them to do. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've taken it off. I have a question up there. I have several questions, and I'll take all of them as quickly as possible. But I should say that you've done well. You've been able to attract the likes of Winston and the rest, and they have also done well, shown interest, taking master's programs in your schools and all of that. And that is important. You must also acknowledge that one. I wanted you to acknowledge it. Let me take my first hands. But clap for Winston. It's a good move. Thank you. Yes, sir. You raised your hands first. Yes, the gentleman in the stripe. Yeah. Black and white. Yes. Please.
Francis is my name. I'm from the grassroots. I have one suggestion and one question. The suggestion go to the assembly, Mr. Sam, getting the people. Like our boss said, when we need the votes and we need the revenue officers will go to every market in the community to get the money. The vote, they will go. So I'm suggesting that if the people will not come to the assembly because we don't have TNT for them, we can go around. Let's say the assembly is this hall, then Medina, North Legon, East Legon, and Opongro are the communities. We can move the band there, do a community there, but listen to the people, go to the next community before the meeting is out. Then we bring the unit committee members who represent the committee to present what their community is saying. We can also do an online call. Nowadays, I was on a conference call with the president of Ghana, former Nanado, and I didn't know it was an African conference. So they said, any question? Then I mentioned my name. I said, I'm from Ghana. Then later they said, the president of Ghana is coming to speak. Then my heart was brim. We were 700 online, but we could do a beautiful meeting. Nowadays, our women, they can do an online call, talk to their children in the Europe, so we can also do that. Then my question is to Dr. Sam. Please, you said data drives policy. I humbly want to ask, how do we get national socioeconomic data? Why I'm asking you that question is that sometimes there are communities that they get some project that the community don't request that project. I want to give an example. There's a community in the northern region. They did a project, water project for them. The people were not using the water. So there was a research and he asked the women, why is it that you don't have water? Water has been developed. They said they didn't ask us before they did the water. What the women do is that they want to walk to the stream, and that is the time they get engagement to speak among themselves. So that is why I'm asking you that question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Let me take front, and then I'll go to President Percy. Okay. Sorry, madam. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Emily Hide, and I'm from Nigeria. So the question I'm going to ask, I'm trying to relate it to. Thank you very much for the presentations. Thank God that Tinubu just signed the law for local government autonomy in Nigeria, because we haven't seen, the state has really overpowered the local government. One way to look at the citizens' engagement, where it's very obvious, is through the budget system. In Nigeria, what happens usually is when they come to say they're engaging the citizen, there's a town hall meeting, and the citizens bring their ideas. These are the things we want. And then we went for a research, engaged with the citizens, and discovered that in Nigeria, at the state level, they will not have two budgets. There is the one that they will put everything that they're going to work in. Then there is a separate budget where they put the ideas of the citizens. That one they don't implement. That's what it means. That's what usually happens. We found that about that. But they will say we have engaged with the citizens, and it's a problem. We've talked about democracy today and military rule. Citizens are angry, and it's getting to a point where something will happen, whether we like it or not. They have the ideas, the commissioners will come with their own ideas, and it will overshadow the citizens' ideas or their needs that they have put in the budget, or the governors want. supersedes the citizens' ideas. So we have two budgets that we're working with. Now, you mentioned something about engaging with people, with the citizens. You said when you call them for a meeting for the first time, they come and they expect you to feed them and all of that. Sir, I want to ask, well, is it so difficult to feed the citizens in an engagement?
Good.
I know that at the National Assembly and at state houses of assembly, when members meet, they have sitting allowance. Why can't we feed the citizens for an engagement?
Thank you very much. Let me take him, and then I'll take the three here.
Thank you very much. So my concern is that this apathy concerning low attendance or low participation in local government, I think some of the blame has to go to politicians. And we are not mentioning them because we see the opulence of the politician. People go into politics, they become rich overnight, and you want to gather people to come and listen to stories. They are not interested in that. And then you also talk about even how is the disbursement of the District Assembly Common Fund. You see almost most of the items have already been awarded in Accra, and they send contractors to them at the district, and it's not going to work. The same thing that we have again seen in the school feeding, where people are threatening others because the whole award has been done at the national level or regional level, and the district people are not getting anything. So these are some of the problems that we need to tackle. The political class living big and those at the bottom suffering. And this is one of the main reasons.
Good. I have three here, and then they will respond to it.
We have less than 15 minutes. So.
I know.
So who do I give
That's
it
why I'm
to?
taking the three.
Okay.
Yes.
And ladies as well.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mine is, I have three quick points. The first one is the use of digital platforms, especially the WhatsApp platforms. I live in Agbogba, Abokobi area, so I belong to the East Municipal Assembly.
Sorry, I should have allowed you to introduce yourself.
Okay. I'm Percy Anab Bukari. From the Ghana Institute of Planning.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm on the Ghana East Municipal Assembly platform, residence platform, and I can assure you, for the past 1 year and a half, almost any time that ECG, we have about two sub-districts of ECG there. So we have either Kwabenya or those at Lakeside overseeing some part of the East. Anytime there's going to be a load shedding or some power outage, the information is put on the platform. 2, Ghana Water, the same. And the same for the roads. If you have some areas with issues, at least they report it. Those they can come to put some sand on and all that, they would do that. And they give information up to date. So I really want to encourage the urban-related assemblies, or even some of the secondary cities, some of the assemblies. And now even in my own village somewhere you go, the smallest boy there has a phone where he's playing some form of WhatsApp and all that. So it's one area that we can do so that we can actually elicit the support of all. I went to an assembly. The Social Services Subcommittee chair is a retired educationist. The budget, that's the revenue and budget and all that, F&A subcommittee chair, is a retired KPMG associate. And to my amazement, there are 2 retired police officers in the security subcommittee. And I asked myself, so I looked at their performance in terms of attendance and how they prepare. And I said, if you are a finance officer of an assembly and you are going to prepare some of your budgets and your annual reviews, and you know that there are about 2 or 3 chartered accountants who are at the audit committee level or the assembly, the F&A, and they sit and they are going to review, it will let you sit up. And the third one, getting our students to be part of these processes. I think you mentioned it. I think Dr. Pasa mentioned. What is wrong with taking children from Pantan LA primary school or WAS secondary school to the assembly meetings to sit in the gallery and listen to what is happening? Okay. These are direct ways where we can get everybody involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't intend to talk, but since he's given it to me. Yes. Yes, talking about low participation in the communities. I would like you to
And
add.
thank you for participating.
Good, great. I would like you to add Hokwe Municipal to the success story. Why? I come from Hokwe, but I live in La. Last 3 months or so, I was there. And then the municipal assembly, they went to every community in Hokwe areas, 2 localities, in churches. I live near the Methodist church. So I heard them say today they will share some drinks. So I also went and listened. And they spoke about what they call revenue. What they call it? Income tax and the property rate. The woman asked, why should I pay property income tax when I make my own container and I buy my own provisions to sell? And it was well explained that even me as a social advocate, I was really impressed. So at Hokwe, the second question I reserve for tomorrow. For the organizers, inclusion. Why didn't you invite persons with disability from this university? Because I met 2 of them at a program near Nogosha. I forgot the big facility, very International Center, CCW something. So tomorrow, answer that question for me. Thank you very much.
Okay. And then that's the last one for this session.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I'm a student, so I want to speak on that basis. And first of all, I want to say for at least 25 years, living in my municipality, it's a metropolitan area, I don't know how participation is done. I don't know whether there is a qualification to it. I've never heard of any open forum. I don't know anything about the assembly level. In terms of representative, we have assembly members. I don't know how the assembly member represents we, the community members. We don't have any platform where the assembly members speak to us or we speak to them. And also, I studied development planning, and my president, as he said, I also have a community platform in my area. They discuss these community issues, these informations are there. But there's even a research in that city that shows that there's so much use of digital tools in community development, but then the local authority is not taking this up. And I don't know why all these things are still happening. And also, I'm intending to take a research in that area, and I speak with my president too. We have a problem of being accepted easily into these processes. We are talking about allowing students to go and observe, not myself, but I've spoken with colleagues who were able to go and participate in, I think it was a budget review or something, in an assembly, but their experience was very bad. They were really being suppressed because someone tried to challenge something and then it was a whole mess. And so they wouldn't even like to go again at all. So it's like there's a deliberate actions to prevent some of these things. I don't know why. And so I am intending to explore how digital tools can influence this participation. My dad and mom have never gone to school, but they use WhatsApp. We talk on it. How can we kind of design our local governance to have this kind of platforms for participation from the assembly member to the community and in that order? Thank you.
I'm going to have them respond. When they are done, I am pleading that I'm giving the last opportunity for Prof. Okay. Then please take. I was good. E2A. Okay. Then take it. Because I saw those 2 hands, I was going to use that for the next round of questions. But
thank you very much. Mine is not a question, just identity. I'm Namanga Ngongi from Cameroon.
Good.
I am a member of the Municipal Council of Boya.
Great.
Okay, so I'm retired, have done many functions internationally, but I found that it was important to be a member of the Municipal Council of my town.
Great.
And I think it pays to bring, let me say, outside experience, to bring it locally, and to help the community to see things slightly differently. And I think it has been really paid, because we now prepare projects that go to the National Investment Fund, or even foreign donors, and we are currently building a modern market. I mean, it is really useful for people who have experience to go back to the municipal council of their village.
I think we can do it better. Let's put our hands together for that. Thank you. And Prof.
Thank you very much. A quick one to you. He came to IEA, young man, he wanted a job. We said, there's no vacancy. He said, no, I'll work as an intern. I won't take anything. But that's how come we picked him were very impressed that a young person wants to work without pay. And it's a lesson to the young ones here. Go get job attachment, get work experience, and you'll be a model like him. So I always say, I mention your name to other people, and I think today I've secured the opportunity to tell you. All right. The assembly, you asked me whether I know my assembly. I used to serve on the Municipal Education Committee, MIOC. But I got to a point I left. You go for meetings, you sit down 2 hours. Sometimes they call the chairperson, he's not in Sawam, he's not driving to the meeting. Sometimes we go for meetings and the minutes, they print just a copy. This one will read, then they pass it on to this one will read. Look, I don't waste my time. I'm a private person as well. I also have a private business and I don't work like that. So I think you need to up your game at assembly. Then you can attract brains and people around to come and engage. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Now, I noticed that you were all jotting your questions. So if you can start, Mr. Amwa. Okay. You start with the assembly ones and then Director
so
Pasa.
basically, is it difficult to feed the people? So how sustainable is it? So it's important that I take you back to a fund. And the fund that we were using was urban development grants. And that grant has a component for supporting the citizens to demand accountability. We did it twice and the fund finished and we tried to support it continuously with the IGF. And so we got to a point that we realized that the people were coming. Today, let's stop and then see whether they will come. And that's why we have our challenge. They came to participate because of the food that we were given. That is one point, because if you stop the food, and I think that I'm not saying that maybe it's attributed to that one alone, no, not necessarily. But then the point is, can we sustain the food? If it's a refreshment, fine, or TNT that we can do one, but not all. Because if you are expecting lunch to be given to you and also money to be given to you for TNT, that's why we have a problem. Because what is our budget, madam? You are not politicians anyway. Okay. Then so we are talking about sustainability. So if you have a fund to do that one, we'll continue to do it. Then the next one is, I don't know participation. What is participation? I think participation is what we are doing now. But then if you didn't hear any of the meetings, then it's really a problem. But then what we normally do is that if the assembly is having information van, it's also having, at least if you come to Accra, almost every assembly is having a radio station sort of. So you just we target one of them and then we send information to. But ordinarily, we send information also to the assembly members to also give to the communities that they are coming from. Then, even if they come for General Assembly meetings, they are expected to also take views from you if you don't participate, to take views from you and come and shape the discussion that we are having. Now, when they finish, they are supposed to also send the feedback to you. And so I'm glad that Dr. Amachi was saying that now there are some members that are coming now. They are not the ones that we used to know. They are those who knows what they are supposed to do. Now, I mentioned earlier on that, in fact, we are going to also strengthen our local base. That is the unit committee, the zonal councils, and the rest to also take charge. Because part of it is to also continuous education and also continuing information to you so that we are not left in the dark. I'm sorry with your people, your colleagues who attended and they had the show. I'm sorry about that one. I will continue to urge you to participate. But then as you are participating and then we say that it's a committee, you are not a member of the committee. That's one. So then you observe. If you have an issue that you want them to table in, please write it on a sheet of paper. Give it to one of them, they will read it, and then he will even shape it for you to contribute to the discussion. Because even Prof can attend, but Prof cannot make any suggestion if he is not allowed to do so, because he's not a member.
Yeah.
But Prof can table it through somebody so that he can make the view heard. So please tell them that they should go But then use this strategy and it will work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a comment. In actual fact, my lady from Nigeria, I want to just meet you after this conversation. You know, there's a term we call public hearing. Now, when you go deep into public hearing, practically, it is public here. It's not a situation of the public telling us for us to hear and implement. So it's the kind of coining that we've done. Senior is like, okay, okay, we want to do this borehole here, there, and there. Okay, then, so that we can record. So that when the part comes, we can also show that we did something like that. But we can go beyond that. We can go beyond that and increase the kind of participation that we did. Doc, I agree with you, with all apologies. We seem to have a centralized decentralization. And we all want to go to devolution. I was having an engagement with my colleague from the US, and we were talking about how decentralization works across the globe. And centralization, I don't want to say Ghana is a unitary state, that's why. But at least, current president has done more. He has given more money. We need to follow that money. That one day I want to assure you, let all of us go and follow how that money is spent. Otherwise, if it doesn't work from this, then let's think about another 50 years. And then we can. So I think we have to find a way to reduce centralized decentralization. My apologies. Yes, we did a particular work on responsive, effective, and efficient local governance in Ghana. And Hohoi was a solid one. Director Jansi and the group, they really do it. I think it's one of our models. My apologies for that. Thank you very much.
I think everything has been said, but I think that if you don't know the local government system, they will not be able to contribute. We have something we call PRCC, Public Relations Complaints Committee, headed by the presiding member. So you have liberty to petition the assembly as many times as possible. Do you believe that I was a volunteer? Accept what Prof said and what I was a volunteer. We were given 60 Ghana cedis when I joined the service. We were all grouped in a village, in a community where the light goes off 10 o'clock in the district. Person knows, but I won't mention the district. So what we are saying is that we young people must be resilient. You should be incessant and deliberate about what you want. And I remember my former boss, when every Friday, I'll take Trotro and come to him. K. Dankwa. They say, you are an unfortunate person. Me, when I'm going for something, I'm resilient. The passion is such that I'll be like a beast. And that is how you should live. Because if you go 1, 2, 3, assembly for having, then you stop, then nothing changes. So in as much as it's a bizarre, it's an unsad situation where they treated your colleagues, tell them to continue going and tell them to participate. The other one is also about KPIs. I think we don't get KPIs for people, sanctions. We need to sanction people if they are not performing. You can't. Why is it that private? I was also, when I finished university, I taught in a private school. I won't mention the name. You can't go for break for more than 1 hour. I was teaching economics. You can't go for break. The proprietor is there. Even if you don't have lesson, you sit in the, how do you call it? Staff common room. Because it's if you don't want, go. So if you don't want public service, leave. If you want, stay, and we give you KPIs. You deliver according to the KPIs. And we also have to have a repository of data. And as a ministry, we are making efforts on DDDP. And that broad repository of data will have an interface for citizen participation in our governance. So such that if a citizen can enter any system, they'll be able to contribute and send, and there will be somebody who will be sanctioned that you didn't do A, B, C, D. Why is this so? The last bit is the interjurisdictional coordination you talked about. We are too siloed. We are tunnel-minded. We want to do things in a more jurisdictional. We have to be going agglomeration. So we are preaching that, and when you read section 31 of the Local Governance Act, it talks about joint committees. Our planning act, LI 2232, it talks about joint development. But assemblies want to be in their small corner. Meanwhile, the issues that we are dealing with in terms of urban mobility, sanitation, flooding, it transcends boundaries. Urban issues cannot be siloed. So going forward, if you are able to bring our resources together, the participation becomes easier. Why is it that when development partners come, if you don't go and do community verification on your designs, the project and the secondary cities, the project can never be implemented. And you should show evidence of people who attended. That one, because there's money, they will make sure. So every design, they go to community by community. Do you like it? So what you talk about that they didn't accept the project, I think there are simple plan. It's a failure of planning. I mean, simple planning processes must be done. Maybe pairwise ranking, all the tools that we use for planning purposes. And if communities did not express interest in a project, you go and put it there, then that person class should be surcharged because it is not proper. Because you are supposed to meet the needs and aspirations of the Ghanaian people so that we can achieve the dividends of decentralization. So if you go and put a borehole, when I was in the district, you have to take inventory of dilapidated infrastructure, determine the baseline, call it kilogram. You should be able to know what is existing in your district. So when you finish that one, it's your blueprint, it's your reference document. As for politicians, they'll come and, no, these people don't send it there. But I remember when I was in a district, they were so smooth. When you give them data, so director, chief, this one, the people, they don't even have water system. I say, okay, really? And you are showing the evidence with pictures. But if you are just talking, you are not able to show. So you are also behaving like a politician. But if you are a technocrat and you are really going to give the data to them, they go and sleep over it. They say, hey, this one is true. It's a gap. They will send development there. So please, it's a failure of the planning systems there, and they could not achieve that. So basically, and then finally, please, Prof, you have taught us all, Winston, you have also been talking about local government a lot. I think we need to come back to the perspective planning, the long-term plan. We should have a vision because it's truncated at every point in time. 40 years, 50 years, 57 years, vision. What are we doing as a country that, in our perspective, in the next 50 years, how do we want Ghana to be? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you very much to the audience. I think that the lady from Nigeria asked a question that we can't also ignore, even though I know our assembly says that you can't do much. Sometimes let's try to attract. If it takes food to attract, why don't we just put the bait there small? If we have school feeding, let's do some district assembly school feeding. Just one day. Just small snacks that will let the person come. Prof knows, and he mentioned the fact that I served. In fact, it's not just with IE. Maybe I started with IE and it has continued that till now. I will always do my work, and maybe the first 1 year, I don't get paid. Even at Metro TV, my first 1.5 years, I wasn't paid. At Ghana Ports, the same. Now, I'm the senior expert for the African Continental Free Trade Secretariat. For the first 2 years, I wasn't paid, but I have done it. Not a lot of people will do that sacrifice. So let's find a way to attract, and let's get them closer, then they can participate. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for them, please.
Great. I think let's just move to the next panel. It's going to be about from evidence to impact, advancing community-led governance and accountability through digital innovation, media, and AI for public participation. I'd like to invite the moderator for this session, Steve Ogutu, and just give a brief bio about him. So Steve Ogutu is the Director, Communications and Partnerships at the International Center for Evaluation and Development. He has over a decade-long experience in development communication, impact evaluation, and public policy. Over the years, he has led strategic communication, impact evaluations, and policy influence efforts for various development programs funded by institutions like USAID, PEPFAR, USDA, Bill and Melinda Gates, Hilton Foundation, and Hewlett Foundation in Sub-Saharan Africa. He has worked with the African World Bank. Steve is frequently interviewed by media channels like Deutsche Welle, BBC, Radio France, and the likes on development issues in Africa. He holds an MA in Development Communications from the University of Nairobi. Welcome.
Thank you very, very much, Jennifer. Why don't we give a warm round of applause to Jennifer for that wonderful session. Thank you for the kind introduction. I hope that you enjoyed, I know you enjoyed the previous session. I know it's normally very difficult to have a session in the afternoon, especially after having such a delicious meal. I hope you tried the jollof, the kelewele, and the shito, yeah, and the shito. Right, so I would like to introduce my panel. Yeah, and I'm just trying to get a hold of something here. That is Professor Peter Njifoti from the. Let me just get the right. Yes, from. I have it here. Sorry, let me just get the right page. Yes, I got it. Yeah, Professor Peter Njifoti from the Ahmadu Bello University in Nigeria. We also have Ms. Ama Achia Acha Baafi. I hope I got it right. And I would request that you kindly come to the front when I mention your name. He's a senior communication officer at the Star Ghana. We also have Mr. Winston Amor. He's the head of Joy Business and host of Super Morning Show. And then we have Nyavoy Prosper, who's the head of Education Sector, UNESCO Ghana Office. And finally, we have Eugenia Acheiwa Boadi. I hope I got it right. The CEO of Giggle Consult and Training Institute. And we are going to really be taking a dive into we don't have, okay. Oh yeah, we may need an extra seat here. Right, so we are going to take a dive into today's all right. So we're gonna yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so we are going to really be looking at how we can use AI, the digital tools, and generally technology to strengthen citizen-led governance and accountability. As we know, we can never ignore the power of digital media, the power of AI, especially when it comes to issues like governance and accountability. We have more than enough case studies to demonstrate that. In countries like Kenya, where just last year we had this popular Gen Z protest that was an anti-finance bill that majority of citizens viewed as very punitive. And so young people decided, and the citizens in general, decided to really mobilize on social media, especially Twitter and TikTok. And they were able to mobilize participation, they were able to mobilize resources, mobilize doctors to provide medical services during the protest, and they were able to organize one of the most consequential protests in the history of Kenya post-independence. And we have seen similar situations replicated in other countries. And so I'm saying that to say that we can never ignore the power of digital space and AI and all this when it comes to the modern day governance and accountability conversations. And so I would like to just hand it over to, maybe start from there, we get to hear from, just share with us a little about what your organization does in under a minute. You move the mic toward that direction, toward this direction, and then we will pick it up from there. Just a minute, if you don't mind.
Okay. I'm Amaecha Amankwa Befi, a senior communications officer with Star Ghana Foundation. Star Ghana is a national civil society organization that exists to promote inclusive development through active citizenship and local philanthropy. And my work, I'm specializing in development communications, media relations, and helping to amplify the voices of citizens to tell their story for inclusive development.
Yeah, my name is Peter Njifoti. I'm a lecturer in the Department of Economics at Ahmadu Bello University. I'm actually sitting in for Dr. Kabiru Salahu, who is the director of IDRT, that's Institute for Development Research and Training in Ahmadu Bello University. And so as a lecturer, I've been teaching, researching, and engaged in community services. And the topic just aligned with the things that I've been doing because we've been engaged in a lot of advocacy, trying to see how we can translate research findings, research evidence to locally led community governance solutions. So I think it is just very timely. Thank you.
So my name is Winston Amoa. I'm a journalist. I work with a multimedia group, Joy FM to be precise, where I'm the host of the Super Morning Show. That's the morning show from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday to Friday. I am also the head of Joy Business. And as you may have heard, the previous panelists consistently referring to me, I have a lot of interest in local government. These days, I tend to focus a bit on public sector financial accountability. But most importantly, I believe that the media has a very important role to play in the development of this country, except that with the advent of digital media and AI, lots of things may have changed. And as we get into the conversation, we'll talk about that also. Thank you.
Great.
Yeah, I am Prosper Nyavo, the head of education at UNESCO Ghana office. I'm sure many of you are aware of UNESCO. UNESCO is one of the specialized agencies of the United Nations. And our mandate is basically to support the member states to address issues of education, sciences, culture, information, and communication. So the education sector, basically, we develop models of good practice to share with the government about what works and what doesn't work. If you talk about access, quality, governance, we develop different models and then we pilot them, document and share with government and civil society and other development partners as well. Thank you.
Hello everyone. My name is Eugenia Boedi and I speak, I coach and I train with the John Maxwell team. Here in Ghana, I run two organizations, the first being an NGO where we say we are raising future-ready leaders through STEM, arts, and leadership. And then the for-profit organization is a coaching and consultancy organization where we are giving young people the skills needed for them to soar to their best self, whether they are doing their own work or they are working with someone or they are transitioning somewhere in their lives. So we are very much focused on youth development. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. I think from the introduction, you can see we have such a powerful panel. And let's just dive in. I'll start with you, Professor Njifoti. You are in the academic space. And I just want to ask this. How do you think, how can academic institutions like yourself really help to translate research and evidence into real community-led governance solutions in Africa?
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been in academics now for about 22 years. And if I look at my mandates, my key mandates are teaching, research, and community service. And that is what I've been doing for the past 22 years in Ahmadu Bello University. And with the experience I've had, I strongly believe that the academic institution can actually help in translating research and evidence to community-led governance solutions. Even though there are caveats or lacuna, which I'm going to explain. Actually, there is, like in the experience we have over there in Nigeria, there's some level of distrust between academics, institutions, and the MDAs, that's ministry, department, and agencies. I'm saying so from experience. Because, you know, people outside there who are in department, ministry, and agency, when they look at academics, those in academics, they will say, oh, you people with your big grammar and paperwork, it may not match with what it doesn't really translate. I have had a situation where we actually did a job for Ministry of Environment. And the job was about alternative livelihood for community within the Great Green Wall in northern Nigeria. Of course, it was an environmental issue. Desert encroachments, and they wanted seeing how they can avert by planting trees. And because the community members there are leveraging on the existing trees, so they wanted them to stop cutting the existing trees and plant more. And so they said we should go and conduct an investigation to see what kind of alternative livelihood that they can engage instead of the ones that will make them to cut trees. We went, we were paid, we did the job. I was the team leader for 2 of the states, and other colleagues were team leaders for other states. Ahmadu Bello University covered northwestern states in Nigeria, and my University of Maiduguri covered northeastern states. When we had conducted our findings, I was the chairman of the report writing. So when we went to present this report to the ministry with members from the National Agency for the Great Green Wall, we submitted advance copy and then went agreed on a day. And so we made our report as we found it on the field. When we went there, the way they actually rubbish us, as if we never went to school, based on the consultant that they employed to review what we did. And we were wondering, is it that, so we asked them, is it that the consultant knew better than what we did, those of us that went to the field? But we got to know that they were not happy about some of the things that we unveiled in the report. Because we went, we discovered that they had established skill acquisition centers when they were supposed to wait on our findings and our recommendation on the kind of skill acquisition center that they were supposed to establish. So we said no. It was like putting the cart before the horse. And they were not happy about the kind of, so that's the kind of distrust that exists between academics and some of these community or ministry, department, and agency. So we've had that encounter. We equally had that with the state government there when they asked us to do a study about a reform in schools as one of the government came on board. We wrote our report, and when we submitted to the DEX officer and they reviewed, they said, no, we're not supposed to write this way, and so on and so forth. We said, no, but we are reporting. These are the lapses, these are the weaknesses. That notwithstanding, the academic institution can still strongly assist to translate research and evidence to local governance-led solution. They can still do that based on certain things that are put in place, which is some of the things we've been doing. One, research institutions, for them to actively or seriously translate those research and evidence to local-led governance solutions, they have to engage in research and evidence generation. And this, they can do it by actually identifying in the community some of the studies that address specific community needs. And so when communities see that, they are actually going to accept them. Secondly, they actually need, the academics institution needs to actually collaborate with the communities. When you collaborate with the communities, you tend to understand the communities' needs, their priorities, and you know what actually they need. And then they are equally supposed, the research institutions, they're supposed to actually provide evidence-based information, which is data-driven, if they are actually to drive or translate this research and evidence to actually drive community-led governance. Number two is for the research institutions, which is some of the things we've been doing, to actually provide capacity and training for these community members, especially head of communities. Build their capacities on governance, on research management, and others. Equally build capacities of community members. When this is done, then of course, the academic institutions should be able to actually translate research and evidence into this community-led governance. And then again, the academic institutions can't equally or is equally supposed to carry out research finding disseminations for the community to understand. This can be done through writing of policy briefs of research finding and recommendations. It can be done through dissemination, through digital platforms like Instagram, Twitter, and the rest of them, for communities to actually be averse with what they really need. Because some of these things, the community members may not even understand that these are our problem, but it is with this collaboration with research academics that they can come to understand. And in addition, they are supposed to carry out monitoring about community-led initiatives so that they can actually identify the strength and the weaknesses of what these community-led initiatives are actually. So these are some of the things. Besides the lapses or the lacuna that I have raised much earlier, the academic institution still has a lot of role to play in terms of research and evidence translation into community-led governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And before I let you hand over the mic, you've raised a very important point there on engaging in research and evidence generation. And we know governments in Africa have a history of not funding research. You know, they are not doing enough to fund locally led researchers in their countries. How can this be unlocked from your perspective in under a minute?
Okay, thank you. I will demonstrate this by giving you an example. What happened to my institution? Some years back, I can't know precisely, there was outbreak of Lassa fever. And because about 70 to 80% of our students are staying or are living in the hostels, and this Lassa fever was presumed to be spread by rodents. That's rats that go about the hostels picking crumbs and housing picking crumbs. So we were afraid that if that happens, then the university will be in crisis. It was almost at the verge that the management of the university was thinking of closing and sending home the students. But the public health unit of the university now quickly came up with a solution. And what was that solution? That get cats, put cats around. So quickly they mobilized cats and then spread them, send them to the hostels. In less than 2 days, all the rodents ran away and they ate some of them. And so with that, the state government was informed that this was actually what was done in this very short while. And the government now released funds that they should get more cats and even send to the immediate community to chase the rats. So if the government understands the importance of the research, that it can address immediate problems, of course, I don't think the government will go to actually delay in providing funds.
Great. Thank you for that. I think we will now want to hear from Ms. Ama here. She's from the Star Ghana. Star Ghana is a popular media channel here. And Ms. Ama, we would like to hear from you from the media perspective. What sort of communication strategies can we deploy to ensure that community voices are really centered when it comes to good governance, community-led governance and accountability conversations, meaningfully integrated in these conversations?
Okay. Well, at Star Ghana, we believe that when citizens are informed, when they are engaged, and when they are empowered with information, they help to drive meaningful change and ensure effective public service delivery. And this we don't do in isolation. We work together with other civil society organizations. We work with government. We work with media. Winston can attest to that. We work with the media. We work with the public. And we work with the communities, particularly to ensure that all voices are heard. We co-create the stories with them. We don't work in isolation. And that's what makes our approach unique is the fact that we work through 5 key roles. We work as a coordinator, as a convener, as a learning facilitator, and as a resource mobilizer, all aimed at getting everybody involved. And I want to say that we also use strategic multi-channel communication and media dissemination approach. By this I mean we employ our own media and shared media and visual media. By our own media, we use our own platform, the platforms we control, our websites, our social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, etc., our newsletter. We have a WhatsApp channel where we're able to share updates on time, timely updates, and share our stories. By end media, this is where we collaborate with the media organizations and journalists, individual journalists, to give coverage to our key events, where we write articles for publication, op-eds, share opinion pieces. Then we also leverage on our networks in civil society. We work through coalitions to bring out messages that influence public policy. Then we also use platforms, targeted platforms like infographics, documentaries, and reports to cater for a certain type of audience. Then we also, so an example is our Security in Northern Ghana project. We mobilize communities, we build agency through our local partners, some of which include Young Peace Ambassadors, where through community radio and mobile documentation or mobile video documentary, they were able to mobilize and engage in dialogue to address issues like farmer-herder conflict, to ensure social inclusion of a marginalized group like the Fulbe. We normally call them Fulani, but the word is Fulbe. Yes, where they're able to address their issues together with duty bearers. So that is how Star Ghana has been engaging. We co-create the stories with the communities. We go there, we build the stories with them, build their capacity. It is better to tell your own story from your own narrative, what you see, than to leave it out for somebody to say it and change the narrative for you. That's how Star Ghana has been engaging.
Great. And maybe if I could just grill further, what are some of the lessons you're learning in that regard, in terms of how can we engage communities better from your perspective?
Okay.
Maybe one key lesson.
Okay.
Yeah.
It starts from building the relationship with them, building agency.
Right. Like what is not working in the approach that you have been using?
So far it has been working. Yes, because let me give an example. In the border communities in up north, in the northern regions, upper west, upper east, you know, because in this era of violent extremism and radicalization, we have used community mobilization as a tool to get the community to even get closer to the various security agencies. So now they don't even go to the community members reach out to them to offer information. Now they have realized that if you think it is far away from you, you'll be there, and the violent extremism, maybe they're even recruiting some of the youth. So we involve the youth, especially those who are marginal, the women and the persons with disabilities. We build platforms, that we have dialogue platforms for all of them through our local partners there. We don't do direct implementation. So we build those dialogue platforms. We get them to understand the need to engage and to be each other's keeper.
Great. That's well put. Let's also just get to hear from Winston. Winston is from Joy Media. So Winston, you seem to have, from my research about you, very experienced within the media industry and very passionate about governance issues. We'd love to hear from you on, how can the media, especially the traditional media and digital media, do in terms of shaping public participation and holding the powerful to account. In Ghana and in Africa, if you have some case studies that you can share, that would be wonderful.
Okay, thank you very much. And let me just say that ever since I got the notification, I've been thinking of what to say. And at every moment when I think of what to say, I shape my opinion, and then I change it. I mean, just as I got in here, I have changed what I wanted to say. So that is just by the way. So let me start from this place, because we're in an academic institution. Now, I'll start from the Ghanaian perspective, then I would move on. Because we know that the institutions of accountability, be it Parliament, which is the representative of the people, even the Auditor General's Department that is supposed to play a major role in financial accountability, the Internal Audit Agency, all of them have had challenges and have failed and have not been able to deliver on what is expected. So many people would look to the media, and as we've termed the media as a fourth estate of the realm, to hold the authority accountable. Now, in order to hold authority accountable, it's also important that there's transparency, because you cannot hold accountable when you do not even know what is happening. But beyond knowing what is happening, you also would have to have the expertise, because if you're going to ask questions and you don't know what pertains in that sector, in itself becomes a problem. Now, I'm doing this because I'm trying to explain the problems you may face before I go on to what the media can do. Then there's the problem of capture. We've talked about, the media has to play the watchdog role. But you see, in Africa, we talk about the media playing the watchdog role, but we never ask the question, how does the media fund its watchdog role? So, yes, and I can see the look on your faces. In other jurisdictions, there are a lot of pay TVs. Ask the ordinary African to pay and watch television, and it's a problem. So how do you go about it, first of all? you would have to fund your services. How do you fund your services? Now, you've heard, and I'm sure for many of you who've studied the media, you've had situations where we've said that advertisers control the news. And we say, he who pays the piper calls the tune. Advertisers will control. Today in Ghana, there are conversations about ownership of the media in itself. Who really owns the media? Now, do we have people owning the media who are thinking about the well-being of the society? If you go to Sierra Leone, you cannot own beyond a certain limit. So you are marked by, say, okay, if you have a newspaper, you're graded. If you have one radio station, you're graded. When you get to a certain level, you cannot hold. In Ghana, you have people who can own 5, 6, 7 radio stations, television stations, and newspapers. What they do is that they control the news. And if that person, unfortunately, is a politician, then you're in for trouble. But having said that, let me get into what you're expecting me to say today. Okay. So the media has a major role to play. We've talked about the agenda setting role, which in itself today has become a bit of an issue. However, I have seen that the media has been able to innovate to deal with that problem. Because in the past, when we're talking about agenda setting, we knew that, okay, so the traditional media, whether it was newspaper or television or radio, even then at the time it was more of a newspaper, would publish the stories that would go a long way in shaping public opinion. Now, we've talked about the fact that the public sphere would shape public opinion, and the public sphere is largely controlled by the media. So what must the media do? You must set the agenda. But before you set the agenda, the previous conversation talked about, governance and participation and all of that. You need to know what the people are talking about. You need to know what the people want. So first of all, immersing yourself within communities is a major thing you must do. You just don't get up and say, I am talking about this. Someone talked about the water situation where the people, the women would walk and go and fetch water, and in going to fetch water, for instance, these people would have their regular charts. So if the people had spoken to them, they probably would have sent it far away from the community so they can still walk there and go and do that. What point am I trying to make? Before you hold people accountable, before you bring people into the conversation, it's important to immerse yourself. Now let's get to the issue of accountability. I started by saying that, look, before you hold someone to account, you must know what the person is doing, and you must have a good understanding. Many of us have a problem with financial accountability in this country because there's enough literature to show that in Parliament itself, where you have public accounts committees, in Africa, a lot of them do not even understand what they're asking. So apart from the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, who is a chartered accountant maybe, the remainder of the people may not have the expertise. So they go in there, ask very basic questions, and do not really demand. I'll do it this way. We're saying that accountability is a relationship between an actor and a forum, where the actor is expected to justify his actions, answer questions, and the forum would ask questions and then possibly sanction the actor. How do you ask questions when you do not know? And I make this point because I also want us to talk about the fact that when it comes to the media, we need to get the right persons in there. Today, a lot of people have gotten into the media, and I say media because we're talking about the media. A lot of people are in the media. They become presenters, they become broadcasters who are just there by virtue of the fact that there's a belief that they know how to speak, and they can speak very well. Amma talked about Star Ghana. So what have we done? We've done forums that have brought people together. At Multimedia Group, we've done the ballot box. Now, the ballot box is a concept that goes around the country and brings members of parliament and aspirants together to actually engage the people. So you're not just sitting back, you engage the people, and you get to know what the people want, and then go ahead to tell the people what it is that you want to do. As part of our governance system in Ghana, we have what you call the Government Assurances Committee. And the Government Assurances Committee is tasked to ensure that all promises that are made by government officials are fulfilled. And it is now chaired by a member of the opposition party. In the past, it was chaired by a member of the governing party following the amendment of Ghana's standing orders in Parliament. A member of the opposition party chairs that particular committee. So what we have done is that we have had different programs. In the last election, we had a citizenship program also sponsored by Star Ghana, where we go to these areas, we bring the duty bearers there, they engage the people. And this is what we do. Once you speak to the people, we just don't end there reporting it. We keep them. And there's something I like saying all the time. Tell me when you're going to do this, so that when I come back to you next time, I know that this is the promise you made. Then you bring in the digital media, and I'll do it this way. We've talked about the fourth estate, and these days we say there's a fifth estate, which is social media, which is supposed to be a check on the fourth estate's traditional media. So the traditional media is supposed to be a check on the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, but now you have social media. That in itself diffuses the whole theory of agenda setting. Because in the past, if I put it out there, you would expect that I had control. Today, we talk about the fact that when it comes to even gatekeeping, there are digi-gates where the people themselves can go out there and decide what it is that they want. The good news is that the traditional media is present on these social media platforms, also trying to shape the conversation. Then we must add the citizen journalism, and I entreat all of you. Look, we talk about the fact that, the media must hold people accountable. Every media is a mirror of society. If the Ghanaian, if the African community seeks accountability, you would find it in the media that practices within Africa and in Ghana. Because if at the end of the day, I talk about accountability all the time, and the ratings will show that I am not doing well, I probably would do what the others are doing and say, okay, how about I also just go and assemble politicians, let them insult one another. And at the end of the day, the ratings will say that I am doing well, I get adverts and I get paid well and I move. However, it's important to note that if we don't do anything, we will not get the country that we want. I was having a conversation with some of you outside, and I talked about the fact that 18 years ago, I was in a conference, Wales in EU conference. In that conference, the conversation was about what the world will become in 50 years. So the then First Minister of Wales, Rodri Morgan, said in 50 years, Europe will become the world's old people's place. In 50 years, India will become the world's office. Has India become the world's office? They are already today. People are outsourcing work to them as far from the US. He said China will become the world's factory. The US will become the world's armory. Now they've sent missiles worth billions of dollars to Iran. He said Australia becomes the world's quarry, and Africa sadly becomes the world's graveyard. Yes, but that is because we don't hold people accountable. So beyond holding forums, beyond having programs, what we have also done is to engage in investigative journalism. Because sometimes you'd have to dig and dig and dig before you can expose these things and then demand questions. So what have we found? We found, for instance, that the previous conversation was talking about local governance and all. We have found that, and my lecturer at the Institute of Local Government Studies, Felix Giamache, is still here. He will tell you that Ghana practices a central government-driven decentralization. And our decentralized is actually supply-driven. So we have passed laws that says that the minister and the administrator of the common fund can actually decide what you must spend on. That is supposed to be the exception, but it becomes the norm. So today, they will decide that we are going to procure, just listen to this, we are going to procure dustbins for all assemblies. Something as basic as dustbins. And a contract awarded to one institution, highly inflated. At the end of the day, the dustbins are left to rot. It was the media that actually started a conversation about the Youth Employment Program, or the Ghana Employment and Entrepreneurial Development Agency, what became known as the JIDA scandal. Because a scheme that was supposed to provide jobs for young people, because in 2007 we had said that it had become a national security threat. The rate of unemployment in this country became a tool for enriching individuals. But through this investigative journalism, the media was able to expose these things. And what did it do? It actually led to a whole investigations. It led to a change. People were sacked, people went to jail as a result. I can talk about it on and on and on.
Right.
But at the end of the day, the most important thing is that, yes, the media has a role to play, but all of us seated here are a mirror of the media. If we want the media to play that role, the media would play that role. But if we don't want the media to play that role, because I'll end on this note, I am never able to go out with my wife because I am afraid that if anything should happen to me, there's somebody who should protect my children or take care of my children. Because every day you're walking around and people are chasing you. We covered elections one day, and I couldn't go anywhere. People would come to you every day and say, your life is in danger, your life is in danger. How many people are prepared to do the same thing they do at the detriment of their family? I belong to a group that says that you can do everything without detriment to your connections, and your connections is your family. So let all of us get together. I hope I'm able to answer your question.
Thank you. I think you have more than answered my question. And you have raised something that I think I should really get your thoughts around, media sustainability. We know that media is largely privately owned.
Yeah.
We have seen in cases, and here it is my question around media versus the state. In some places where the state have muzzled the media, you try to do investigative pieces on governance and exposing corruption, and the next thing you see is media houses are shut. We've seen that in Kenya and in other places, including spaces like Twitter and Facebook. They don't operate in some countries in Africa. But just going back to the traditional media, how can, with all these threats on media ownership versus public good on demanding accountability and good governance, how can the media navigate this?
Well, you see,
in under a minute or two.
Yeah, I say this all the time. I say that everybody has a choice. You either fire your employer if you're unhappy, or your employer would fire you. The only institution that I advocate for when they go on strikes are the nurses and doctors. For the rest, I tell them, if you're unhappy, go home. And this is just to make a point. You've signed up to something, and it's that thing that you must do. So in accepting to be a journalist, it starts from the training. And for those of us who went through journalism training, the teachers here say their reward is in heaven. You were reminded all the time that you had a role to play in the enhancement of society, but that role would come with the betterment of society and not financial satisfaction for you. Of course, you should be able to take care of yourself, but this is the challenge. When it comes to ownership, every owner would want to be profitable. Unfortunately, there are too many media houses today, some of which just don't know how to survive. So the reporters, the journalists, are left to fend for themselves. And when that happens, it brings into question the famous Sole or transportation conversation. Those who are Ghanaians here would understand that conversation about you show up at an event and then you say, oh, under the pretext of, oh, this is transportation for you, oh, take this and go. But it actually also influences how the journalists go about the work. So there's been conversations about supporting, media houses. In the past, there was the talk of a media fund where some 2 million was allocated to it. We don't know what has become of that. But also, my challenge is that you cannot trust government to fund you without actually dictating what you should do. So Star Ghana will pool resources from different places, come in and say, let us do this. I think it's time institutions like ISA would collaborate with the media on certain projects. Now, what that would do is that they would bring their expertise, that is, if they are not afraid, speak about these issues. I remember years ago, we did a program with the Media Foundation for West Africa on sanitation.
Briefly, yeah.
And they, at the time, were actually sponsoring the media house that I was working for to show stories about poor sanitation, which would go a long way in getting people to react. So when it comes to the sustainability of it, it is a problem, but we can only solve that when we have partnerships. Partnerships, I am not a fan of, development institutions outside Africa, because I think their psyche is not aimed at your development. They set their own goals for you, and if you want to develop as Africans, you must look within Africa. So the last time we were here and we were talking about all of us contributing, all of us determining what we want to do, it's time, even at the AU level, even at the COAS level, we decide what we want to do, and then we do it.
Great, thank you. I really would like us to shift gears to now look at how we can harness innovation for impact. And I would love to hear from Mr. Prosper Nyavor. And UNESCO is very big when it comes to advancing inclusive education. You have developed tools and you are leveraging AI to strengthen citizen knowledge and participation in governance. What lessons, what insights have you gathered along that path that you can share for replication in other parts of the world?
Yeah, thank you. I think the previous speakers, the team that left the stage before we came, they've said a lot about how to deploy technology. And most of the suggestions they made are valid, how young people in particular are no longer interested in coming to sit at an event like this. So if you expect that they will come to district assembly or a town hall meeting, it's difficult to get them. So our experience has also proven that young people in particular will prefer to sit at home, fidgeting with their phones, and get information. If they need to respond, they can respond quickly. They are okay with that. But our experience has also shown that the traditional people still prefer dialogue, sitting together. If you go to a typical village, they still find time to sit under the big tree, discuss issues. So if they are not participating, then they have just checked out because they've lost interest in the system. Because the governance system is not working for them. That's part of our experience we have seen on the field, that it's not that they cannot participate. They know the importance of participation. Sometimes they feel insulted to be said, if we want to educate people, the need for them to participate. They know that the resources are coming to the district and they need to be part of how the resources are allocated. But if over the years they have participated, made contributions, and at the end of the day, what is delivered doesn't match with what they proposed, and next time you call them, they are not likely to come. So that has been our experience. But people still prefer sitting together to talk, in spite of all the technological advances we are talking about. Typical African community, they like to sit together and talk. So let's not deceive ourselves that with technology we need to shift completely. No, people like dialogue, as they give the example of the women walking to fetch water. There is some satisfaction in people sitting together to talk. And let's not discount that because there is technology. Everything should be sent through WhatsApp. And we can see the effect in young people now. Many young people cannot have a sustained conversation. They are just fidgeting with phone. As I was coming here at the car park, I sat in the car. A lot of young people from lectures or they are going to lectures, fidgeting with phone. Sometimes they are walking in pairs or three, but they couldn't even converse. It's something we should look out for. It's going to damage our society. And the dialogue that we are promoting, that people should not fight, they should dialogue, they are not practicing it even at home. So with the experience of UNESCO, even in Ghana, we have seen that we need technology, but we still have to see value in the traditional setup and have a good blend. Thank you.
Right. Maybe I could just grill some more. A digital divide is still a very big issue. And we are talking about citizen-led governance. And we have this huge part of our countries in Africa that still remain underserved and underreached when it comes to these digital conversations. How can we ensure that, or what tools or lessons from UNESCO's perspective exist to ensure that people in the villages and are able to benefit from the digital dividends when it comes to advancing these conversations on citizen-led governance?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and we've noticed that in countries where UNESCO has offices that have made progress in ensuring equity, ensuring that underserved communities also benefit, it should be a deliberate government policy. If you leave it to the telcos, they look at the population of the area to determine whether the connection should be there. So if you go to a typical village in Ghana where the population is very small, you see the network is weak. So as part of our work with government, for instance, we supported the ministry to develop ICT in education policy, which if they are able to implement, will address some of these issues. It has specific proposals on how to ensure that underserved communities are supported by government with offline device. They have a lot of learning management system now that you don't need internet. So there are tools and applications that can be operated offline. So the solutions are there, but it requires deliberate government policy. There are examples everywhere. That's why we always invite the ministers of member states to events where innovations are displayed. Actually, on the 2nd to 5th of September this year, there is going to be a digital learning week in UNESCO headquarters in Paris. And Ghana's Minister of Education has been invited. We do this every year. We invite the ministers to key events where we bring the best practices around the globe to demonstrate to them that the challenges you are facing in your country has been faced by another country. This is how they resolve it. So it's a networking event where our ministers go, talk to their peers, and they can pick lessons and implement. The challenge is, will they do?
Thank you very much. Now, as we hear from our last panelist here, and then we'll come to the audience for question and answer. Eugenia, your organization works with grassroots communities, and would love to hear from you. What are some of the practical models that you have gathered as a result of that? And what innovations are there, and how can this be used to enhance transparency and citizen feedback when it comes to community-led governance conversations?
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so when we talk about digital innovation, it has to be, number one, inclusive. That's one of the things that we found to be very, very relevant. If it's not inclusive, then it's not even innovative at all. It is for some group and not for their group. And so when you go to rural areas, or even urban areas, urban-rural areas, how you say it, it is critical that you introduce them to simple tools. Sometimes when you mention AI or computer or internet or stuff like that, it scares them. It looks like a big thing. But then when you tell them, and I'm glad that we mentioned some things like WhatsApp. So you tell them, show me your WhatsApp. Do you know that you can access AI on it? And then you just show them, they go like, wow. And then you give them practical examples. For example, we just had a training for business women. These are women you would normally call hustlers, okay? And they are just starting their business, and we gave them this tool. And one of the problems that we're having was, after you've gone through a long day work, you come back home, and you're not going to think about what to cook. And then we said, can you make a plan of your meal for 1 week with the Meta AI on your WhatsApp? And it was very transformative. Or you have a cloth, and then with that picture, you just tell the AI, oh, what style can I do with this? And then you see, it's relatable. They can connect with it. So they begin to practice it, and then they begin to explore. So one, it has to be very simple. So the WhatsApp is very, very key because it's simple. And then it teases them to find out more. And then I talked about it being relevant and relatable as well. Another key is it being accessible. So with our organizations, we have a lot of stakeholders who want transparency, feedback, which is also very important. How do we offer this? And so when you go to these rural areas, usually, for example, when we have trainings, you have to record attendance. And then if it's all paper written, it takes time. You collect all that, bring it there. Some people will even sign their names whilst they were not even part of the program. And so to avoid all this, for example, we are working with Ghana TV Service on a project, and they have something called the VMS. So we take real-time data, right? So we take the pictures of the attendees one by one, and it takes the location, right? It picks up the location with it. So I can't be in my room, take the picture, and send it to you via WhatsApp and say, add it to the list. No, it doesn't work like that. You have to be on site for me to take the records, and then it works like that. So with that, we're able to load it up to the dashboard, which is accessible to us at the same time to the funders wherever they are. And this really, really helps with accountability. It also has to be very, very empowering. You realize that even in the community, there are champions, what you call local champions. These are people that you start with when we are starting with our digital skills training or our soft skills training, and we make them ambassadors. Now we realize that it's easier for people to learn from their peers than having someone wearing a suit, standing in front of them, telling them, do this, do that. It becomes a bit difficult, right? So learning from their peers becomes easy. So we empower them to become our digital ambassadors. And once they learn, they're able to teach their people because I see you do it. I used to be working with you, and now you are able to do even more. What are you doing different? What can I learn from you? And the learning keeps going. And lastly, it has to be inclusive, as I said. I like that Patrick mentioned about the communication. It has to be hybrid. Don't just say it's just technology, so every information is on WhatsApp. We have something called DEBAs that we hold in our training institutions. And so one thing we encourage is before the DEBA, whatever you want us to talk about, put it on the WhatsApp platform. We are also encouraging them to use the tools. And then when they come to the DEBA, which is in person, we talk as much as possible. Then we send the minutes in bit size. Again, if it's too much, you bore them in bit size. And then they begin to read it. When you miss a point, trust me, they will come back to you and say, I said this, so you didn't capture it. Do you get it? And then you add pictures, things that they will be relating to. So make it simple, make it accessible, make it relatable and relevant, make it empowering and inclusive. The last one I will add is we also do STEM projects for kids. And one of the things, because we are saying that we are raising future leaders, right? And so we want them to be future ready. And so with their STEM projects, we are not just teaching them science and math. This is the sun, this is the earth. No. We are giving them projects, and we are saying, go and look into your communities. What are the challenges that you're facing? And then come and use the skills, the tools that we've taught you to come and solve these projects. And as they are doing that, you are raising ambassadors. They begin to get concerned about climate change, about sex trafficking, about so many things that are in their communities. And then they become the leaders, they advocate. The civil journalism, citizen journalism, Winston was talking about. That is how we are raising them, using digital tools, involving them as well, and making sure that it is relevant to them.
Well, thank you very, very much, Eugenia, for sharing with us your experiences and insights. And now, as we come close to the session, I would love to really hand it over to the audience and see if there are any questions. And already I see there's a hand up there. Would anyone like to help me move the mic? There are actually several hands, but you can start with the gentleman over there. Just make it brief, like
yes.
under a minute, if you don't mind.
Francis Foscobi is my name. My question goes to the data from Joy. You said financial accountability is a national problem. And our topic for today is shifting innovation for impact. And being the head of the Joy business session, since you are talking about problem, do you have any innovative solution for us so that next year when we meet here again, we will not come and talk about problem, but some of us will come and stand there and said, last year when we attended the conference, we listened to this innovation. Some of us have applied. Then finally to the UNESCO. You say you sponsor some of our ministers to international conference. You book them for flight. They sit in hotel for 3 days or 4 days. If they don't practice what you ask them to do, do you have any accountability session for them? And you tell their country that you have sponsored your gentleman. Did he do what we asked him to do? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can take another question. This is our very active. I think the award for the most active participant will go to.
Yeah, thank you. A very quick one. This one, using this platform to commend Star Ghana. I belong to a lot of the NGO coalitions, and they've done a lot. She didn't mention, I can't tell their story. They've set us something like NGO Forum, where they push us for greater advocacy, especially in the light of dwindling funds. And then, talking about innovations, the gentleman from Ahmadu Bello University, the pest control system is very innovative. My question is, so we can adopt and adapt it in Ghana, but my question is, what happened to the cats after the rats have gone away? Thank you.
Thank you. Another question? There's one more over there.
Thank you very much. My name is Sika. I'm journalist, Campus Radio Universe. My question is to Mr. Amoa. In terms of looking at media sustainability, accountability, and also social advocacy, as you mentioned, how do we cure this canker of, as you said, the Soli instance? Apart from that as well, in terms of legislation, how do we cure that gap of preventing or disaggregating too much political influence over the media? Thank you.
Great. That's a good question. It's called Soli. Soli is a brown envelope.
Okay,
in
so,
Kenya, we call it brown envelope. Anyway, so we can start from you,
Okay.
and as you respond, you can also give your closing remarks. So,
okay, great. Maybe I'll start with the first one. You've talked about how we solve the problem of financial accountability. I do not think we have time for that answer. This is more like a PhD topic. But let me say it this way. We need to enforce a few laws. We need to change our laws also. It does not make sense that the Internal Audit Agency Act, which says that you have internal auditors who are supposed to check expenditure, must actually have the directors of the institution sign before they can forward it to the Internal Audit Agency. So if that very person that you are auditing, who's done the wrong thing, if that person doesn't approve the findings, you cannot send it. So what people do is that the director of the institution would force you to change it, or the agency, before you send it there. There's something we must do to the Public Accounts Committee in Parliament. Now, the Public Accounts Committee in Parliament has just become an avenue to whitewash corruption sometimes, not all the time, sometimes. Even though we've talked consistently about having the opposition party chairing it, the challenge you have is that around this time, the person who's chairing it, a lot of the people who may have been in charge of things are gone. So the real problem would start from the Internal Audit Agency. The Auditor General himself has a few things to do, but then most importantly, the media also has a role to play. And that's why I said it's a PhD topic, because that's what I am looking into now. The media has a major role to play. The media must, beyond reporting accountability, begin to demand accountability. And you can only demand accountability when you know. And that's why I say it's also important you build capacity, because we have too many financial laws. And if you don't know them and you start, you cannot ask anybody a question. Now let me answer the question about sustainability. Look, my brother, it is simple. You must pay the man well. Okay? If you pay the man well, he will do the right thing. Some would not mind, they will do the right thing. There are others too, even if you pay them well, they'll do the wrong thing. Those people, they are telling you that this is not their place. Because, look, if you want to be a journalist, you're first of all saying that your first loyalty is to your community, society, or your country. If you cannot get that, I am sorry, you have to leave the profession. So while you say that that is your loyalty, your employer must also know that he must pay you well. And that's where the question about, advertising, raising income comes in. Because I can also not pay you when I don't have the money. You get the point? These days, a lot of people have resorted to taking advantage of the digital media or social media platforms that pay as a way of raising income. And also, there are media houses that have identified areas of funding. So you ask yourself, beyond everything that you're doing, what are the new areas that the funding is available? You go in there, you get these funds, because you own the airtime, so you get these funds, then you have conversations within that area. But the good thing is that when those funds come in, they'll go a long way into helping. Star Ghana did something years ago. What they did was that they did a media call, which was supposed to help journalists or media houses. So in that case, the media houses provided airtime for conversations and charged Star Ghana, which they paid for it. The advantage was that it was a means of raising money, and Star Ghana, as part, and I was a project manager, so I know, as part of it, decided that the journalists who are paid every quarter, they should be paid into their bank accounts and evidence provided that they have been paid. So you have to be innovative. Today they are talking about green financing and all, ESG. Ask yourself, what can you do? That's just a way of raising funds. Then you go to the other sectors.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Prof, there was a question thrown at you as you also give your closing remarks. Why don't you respond?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the cats are actually moving around freely in the campus. And it's a criminal offense if you tamper with any one of them, even though there are people quietly snatching them. But if they see you, you are in trouble. So I think I want to thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Star has been mentioned a lot of time for good things, for good reasons. So
Thank you for the opportunity. Point of correction, I mentioned that Star Ghana, we also leverage our networks, which include coalitions and other dialogue platforms that we use for advocacy. If I'm to list all that we do here, we will not get up from here. And I want to mention that normally when we issue calls for media partnerships, Star Ghana, if you have taken our grant before, we have systems in place for accountability. And that is what, unfortunately, most Ghanaian media and other organizations cannot do it. When it's time for accountability, it's an issue. So we issue the call, all right, some of them will come. When they realize the system's in place, they decide to back off. So from the individual perspective, we should all strive to be accountable. And on the issue of data and digital governance, as we seek to enhance digital governance or digital innovation, as panelists have already said, we should also aim at bridging the digital divide in areas where there is no internet, when there is no access to digital tools. Star Ghana, what we do is that we blend offline platforms like community radio and also interface meetings like town hall meetings to reach those who are not on WhatsApp or do not use Android phones. So I want to say that participatory governance can only thrive when people are empowered, when they are engaged, and when they are informed, and also their capacity is built to act. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me give my closing remarks. But,
okay.
Prof, are you sure the cats are working free? Oh, if that is the case, I know some people in Ghana that I can send to your state. Yeah, they like cats. But let me just end on this note. Look, all of us have a role to play. We cannot sit on the fence and expect only a few to do it all. The politician you protect does not know you. He's actually sold you a promise, and that promise you must hold him accountable. You may not have the opportunity. The media does have that opportunity. So why don't you support them and desist from always attacking people on behalf of politicians who don't know you and don't care about
Thank you. Great.
Yeah, you asked about how we hold the ministers accountable.
And how you pay for their trips for, I think there's a question around that.
Some, we don't pay for every trip anyway. They usually go with a large entourage, which we don't accept. So we pay for a number and they take care of the rest. But how we ensure they implement what they learn, we can't force them. But there are ways. For instance, in Ghana, we have Education Sector Development Partners Group, which UNESCO sometimes even chairs. So we use such forum to invite them that at so and so conference, you made a commitment to do ABCD. We want to know an update. Sometimes we also pay courtesy call on them and ask them at how far are we going with this. And when we get funding opportunity to, we remind them, now that you have money, can you include ABCD? So it's a soft power we use. You know, politicians, you can't force them. Ghana is a sovereign country. If you are a development partner, it doesn't mean you can come and impose anything on the government. You just make a proposal and use moral suasion. So my concluding remark is just that we are all excited about digital innovations. Let's contextualize it. Let's always ask ourselves, what is the added value in a situation where you want to introduce it? Is it coming to add on to the efficiency or effectiveness, or you just want something nice? You are using PowerPoint, everybody is clapping for you. Let's always ask, what is the added value of the technology we are bringing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Eugenia, as you give your final words, I'd like you to really also tie this to how can we ensure that no one is truly left behind in this conversation.
Okay, I think I spoke a little about it earlier. It's about including them. And I think most people on the panel, this one and before, have also alluded to it in the sense that they know what they want. You may have an idea or you've learned something that you want to add, an added value, but it is not innovation, again, if it is not inclusive. And so let's make sure that digital innovation doesn't just digitize, it also democratizes. It is very, very important. We make sure that it doesn't widen the gap that already exists, i.e. man, woman, illiterate, literate, urban, rural. Rather, it should bring us together and help us work better. And so it should be relevant, it should be collaborative, it should be empowering as well. And then we know that it will be a game changer in education and in governance.
Thank you very much. I think we've had a very, very insightful session. I believe you'll agree with me, even with the limited time. We've had that we are talking about innovations. If these innovations are not inclusive, then they are not good innovations. We've also had that, I think the central theme across all these wonderful presentations is that we have more than enough innovations, we have more than enough ideas. The most important question to ask is how can we scale the great work that you are doing as an organization and UNESCO and the Joy Media and the university and STAR to ensure that it's the impact is actually spread, in Ghana and beyond. And I think that is a conversation that we will keep on having. Right, so just join me to just thank Professor Peter Njiforti, Ms. Amma Chia, Mr. Winston Amoa, Mr. Prosper, and of course, Eugenia. Thank you very much for the wonderful insights you've shared with us. Great, and maybe I see we need to take a photo here.
Great, great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Once more round of applause for them. So much has been said today, and I don't want to sound like a sounding board repeating the same things. I know action points will be shared with the rest, so let me just close the session. I think there's coffee outside there and tea, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.